Welcome back to Boring History with Sleep. Tonight, settle into a comfortable chair, dim the lights, and allow yourself to travel back to an America that few people remember. An America of endless pine forests, frozen rivers, lonely railway stations, and isolated settlements where the nearest neighbor lived miles away. The story you are about to hear has never appeared in any official history book because, according to history, none of it ever happened. Yet if one follows the forgotten railroad maps drawn before 1890, if one compares vanished census records, and if one listens carefully to the oldest stories whispered across the northern wilderness, a different America begins to appear. So relax, take a deep breath, and let us begin. In the winter of 1887, somewhere beyond the frozen forests of northern America, an entire town made a decision so impossible that no official record was ever allowed to mention it. They didn't run from disaster, they buried tomorrow itself. More than 100 years later, people still disappear while searching for a place that supposedly never existed. Tonight, we uncover the forgotten story of the town that erased its own future. The last place on every map. The winter arrived earlier than anyone expected. Snow began falling during the final week of October, covering the forests in a white silence that seemed almost unnatural. Rivers froze before hunters had returned from their autumn expeditions. Birds abandoned the skies weeks ahead of schedule. No one understood why. Far north of the growing American city stood a forgotten settlement called Ashmore. It wasn't large. Perhaps 300 people lived there. They built houses from dark pine logs. Their church overlooked a frozen lake. A single dirt road connected the town to civilization nearly 60 miles away. A narrow railway reached Ashmore only twice each month, carrying flour, tools, medicine, newspapers, and occasionally strangers who rarely stayed long. Life moved slowly. Children learned to split wood before they learned arithmetic. Families stored enough food every autumn to survive 6 months without outside help. The blacksmith knew every horse by name. The schoolteacher taught every child regardless of age inside one wooden classroom. Nobody locked their doors. There seemed to be no reason to, until the surveyor arrived. His name was Nathaniel Crow, 38 years old. Former military cartographer. Quiet. Methodical. The sort of man who measured everything twice before speaking once. His job was simple. The federal government planned to extend a railway farther north. Nathaniel's responsibility was to survey valleys, rivers, and mountain passes before construction crews arrived the following summer. Ashmore would merely be another stop along his journey. Or so he believed. The station master greeted him with an unusual question. "You came because of the letters?" Nathaniel frowned. "What letters?" The old station master looked confused. "The warnings." Nathaniel laughed politely. "I've received no warnings." The old man said nothing more. Instead, he simply helped unload the survey equipment. As the train disappeared into falling snow, silence returned. Not ordinary silence. Something heavier. As though the forest itself had stopped breathing. Nathaniel noticed something strange almost immediately. Every building in town had its windows facing inward. None faced the surrounding woods. He assumed it was an architectural preference. Later he realized it wasn't. It was fear. That evening he rented a room above the general store. Mrs. Eleanor Briggs served stew without saying much. Everyone inside seemed distracted. Conversations ended whenever Nathaniel approached. Eyes followed him constantly. Not with suspicion. With concern. As though they already knew something he did not. After dinner he unfolded government maps across the wooden table. Something immediately felt wrong. Distances didn't match. A hill marked on the map stood nearly half a mile farther east. The frozen creek curved differently. Even the church occupied slightly different ground than recorded. Nathaniel blamed outdated measurements. It happened often. Still, He decided to begin fresh surveys at sunrise. That night the wind disappeared. Completely. No branches moved. No wolves howled. No snow drifted. Only absolute stillness. Around midnight Nathaniel awoke unexpectedly. Not because of noise. Because of light. A pale golden glow shone through the curtains. He walked toward the window. Outside. Every resident of Ashmore stood silently in the frozen street. Hundreds of people. No lanterns. No horses. No voices. Everyone stared toward the forest beyond the lake. Children. Parents. Old men. Women wrapped in blankets. None spoke. Nathaniel dressed quickly and hurried outside. "What happened?" Nobody answered. He followed their gaze. At first, nothing. Only trees. Dark. Frozen. Motionless. Then, far beyond the pines, a light appeared. Not white. Not yellow. Something between moonlight and fire. It floated just above the ground. Slowly moving. Without sound. Without casting shadows. Nathaniel estimated the distance at nearly 4 miles. Yet somehow, it seemed close enough to touch. Minutes passed. Nobody moved. Finally, the light stopped. The oldest man in town quietly removed his hat. Everyone else did the same. Even children. Nathaniel whispered, "What is it?" Beside him, Eleanor Briggs answered so softly he barely heard her. "It came back." "What came back?" She never looked away from the forest. "The tomorrow we buried." Nathaniel turned toward her. "What does that even mean?" She remained silent. Another 10 minutes passed. Then, the impossible happened. The light slowly faded. As it disappeared, every person in town quietly returned home. No panic. No discussion. No explanation. Simply, back to bed. As though this happened every winter. Nathaniel hardly slept again. Morning finally arrived beneath gray clouds. He packed his instruments. Compass. Chains. Tripod. Notebook. Transit telescope. Everything required for precise measurements. The mayor insisted someone accompany him. Nathaniel refused. He preferred working alone. By noon he reached the edge of the forest where the mysterious light had appeared. Fresh snow covered everything. Perfectly untouched. Except, there were footprints. Hundreds of them. Leading out of the woods. Not into them. Nathaniel knelt beside one track. The shape resembled a human footprint. Yet each step measured nearly 3 feet apart. Far longer than any normal stride. He measured carefully. Then frowned. The impressions were oddly shallow. Almost as if whoever made them barely weighed anything. Even stranger. Every footprint stopped exactly at the tree line. None continued toward town. It was as though something had walked from deep within the forest, reached the edge, and simply vanished. Nathaniel opened his notebook. For the first time in his professional career, he wrote 3 words he never expected to record. Impossible to explain. He didn't realize then that those 3 words would eventually become the final entry of his entire career. Nathaniel Crowe spent the next hour measuring the strange footprints with the same discipline he had practiced throughout his career. Every distance. Every angle. Every impression. Nothing made sense. The snow beneath each footprint had not been compressed the way ordinary weight would press it down. Instead, the crystals looked melted and frozen again, forming a smooth glass-like surface beneath every step. He had never seen anything similar. He knelt closer. The edges of each print were perfectly sharp. No crumbling snow. No broken ice. Almost as though the footprints had never been made by pressure at all, but by something quietly changing the snow itself. Nathaniel reached into his satchel and removed a small steel ruler. The first footprint measured almost 14 inches long. The second was identical. So was the third. No variation. Human beings never walked so perfectly. Even trained soldiers left subtle differences. Yet these tracks appeared as though every single step had been stamped by the exact same mold. He continued following them toward the forest. After nearly 200 yards, something impossible happened. The footprints suddenly curved. Not around a tree. Not around a rock. They curved around empty air. Nathaniel stopped walking. He looked ahead. Nothing blocked the path. Only untouched snow. Still, the mysterious tracks bent into a wide circle before continuing north again. He carefully entered the empty space inside the circle. The temperature dropped instantly. Not gradually. Instantly. His breath thickened. The skin on his face stung. His compass needle began spinning wildly. He pulled another compass from his pocket. It spun too. Then both needles froze. Not pointing north. Not pointing south. They pointed directly upward. Nathaniel blinked. He looked at the sky. Gray clouds drifted overhead. Nothing unusual. Yet both instruments insisted north existed somewhere above him. He closed them and stepped backward. Immediately both needles returned to normal. His heartbeat quickened. He repeated the experiment 3 more times. Each time the result remained identical. Inside the invisible circle, north disappeared. He marked the location carefully. Then continued deeper into the forest. The pine trees grew taller. Older. Many appeared untouched by lumbermen. Their trunks stretched like cathedral pillars into the silent sky. No birds sang. No squirrels moved. Even insects seemed absent. Only the crunch of Nathaniel's boots disturbed the silence. Around mid-afternoon he discovered another oddity. An abandoned campsite. The fire pit still contained charcoal. Several rusted cooking pots rested beside fallen logs. A leather boot lay half buried beneath snow. Nearby stood the remains of a canvas tent. Everything looked decades old. Nathaniel examined the camp carefully. There were no bones. No graves. No personal belongings beyond ordinary equipment. Almost as if everyone had simply stood up one day and walked away forever. He found a rusted tin cup. On its bottom someone had scratched initials. HW. Nothing else. He searched another hour. More abandoned camps appeared. Then another. Then another. Each one older than the last. Different styles. Different equipment. Different eras. One camp contained military supplies from the Civil War. Another contained fur trading tools dating back decades earlier. One even held French-made iron cookware rarely seen after the early 19th century. The camps stretched across the forest like forgotten chapters of American history. Each abandoned. Each empty. None disturbed. Nathaniel slowly realized something chilling. These camps had not been built together. Some were separated by nearly 50 years of history. Yet somehow, they all existed within a single mile. As daylight faded, he turned back toward Ashmore. Or at least, he believed he did. The compass indicated south. The sun disappeared behind clouds. He followed his own boot prints. After an hour, he arrived somewhere impossible. The same abandoned campsite. He frowned. Perhaps he had circled unknowingly. He chose another direction. 2 hours later, the same campsite. This time he intentionally carved an X into a nearby pine tree. Then walked east. After another exhausting march, he reached the marked tree again. Not from the opposite direction. From directly ahead. Nathaniel stood perfectly still. Sweat formed beneath his coat despite the freezing air. He had spent years navigating wilderness. He had crossed deserts, mountains, swamps, battlefields. Never, not once, had he become so completely disoriented. The forest behaved as though distance itself had forgotten how to function. Night arrived quickly. The temperature plunged. Nathaniel accepted that finding Ashmore before darkness was impossible. He built a small fire, prepared coffee, opened his notebook. He carefully sketched every observation. Invisible circle, broken compass, abandoned camps, repeating paths. He wrote until moonlight replaced daylight. Then he heard footsteps. Slow, measured. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Someone approached through the trees. Nathaniel reached for his revolver. The footsteps stopped. Silence. He waited. Nothing. Then, crunch, crunch. Closer. He stood. Who's there? No answer. Only another step. The firelight reached perhaps 15 feet into the darkness. Beyond that, only black forest. Then a figure appeared. An old man. Heavy wool coat. Long gray beard. Snow covering his shoulders. He carried an oil lantern that emitted no flame. Only pale white light. Nathaniel lowered the revolver slightly. Thank goodness. The old man smiled. You shouldn't be here. I lost my way. I know. Can you guide me back to Ashmore? The old man looked strangely saddened. I can guide you. Excellent. But not tonight. Nathaniel frowned. Why? Because tonight. The old man looked toward the trees behind him. They're walking. Nathaniel listened carefully. Nothing. No one is walking. The old man tilted his head. You still hear the present? Nathaniel stared in confusion. The present? The old man nodded. They don't? Before Nathaniel could ask another question, the old man lifted the lantern. Its pale glow expanded quietly across the snow. Within seconds, the forest changed. Not physically. Something subtler. Nathaniel suddenly heard distant voices. Hundreds of them. Children laughing. Axes chopping wood. Dogs barking. Railroad whistles. Church bells. Horse wagons. Entire conversations. All layered together. None visible. Only heard. It was as though invisible towns surrounded him in every direction. He spun around. Nothing. Only trees. The old man whispered. Listen carefully. Nathaniel did. One voice stood apart from all the others. A young woman crying. Then a child shouting. Then, a train. Its whistle echoed across the valley. Closer. 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 Nathaniel instinctively stepped off the tracks that weren't there. An instant later, a massive black locomotive exploded through the forest. Not through the trees. Through reality itself. For less than a second he saw everything. Passengers inside brightly lit windows. Steam pouring upward. Conductor ringing the bell. Iron wheels racing across invisible rails. Then, it vanished, leaving only silent pine trees. Nathaniel stumbled backward. His coffee cup hit the ground. His notebook slipped into the snow. His hands trembled violently. The old man calmly picked up the notebook. You saw it. Nathaniel couldn't speak. His breathing became shallow. His logical mind desperately searched for explanation. Hallucination. Exhaustion. Cold exposure. Anything. Anything except what his own eyes had witnessed. The old man handed back the notebook. They passed through every winter. What was that? A train. No. A train. There are no tracks. There were. Nathaniel stared. The old man's eyes reflected the pale lantern light. Some journeys never finish. What are you talking about? The old man slowly sat beside the fire. For nearly 60 years people have entered these woods believing they were discovering new land. He looked toward the darkness. They were wrong. Nathaniel remained silent. They were walking into time itself. Hours passed. The old man spoke little. He introduced himself only as Elias. No family name. No explanation. Only Elias. Near dawn he finally stood. Ashmore is this way. They walked less than 30 minutes before the trees suddenly opened. The town appeared exactly where it should have been. Nathaniel froze. It was impossible. He had wandered nearly the entire night. Yet Ashmore stood less than half a mile from where he had camped. He turned to thank Elias. The old man was gone. No footprints. No lantern. Nothing. Only untouched snow stretching between silent trees. Nathaniel hurried into town. The first person he encountered was Eleanor Briggs. She took one look at his exhausted face. You met him. Nathaniel swallowed. You know him? She nodded. My grandfather met him. Nathaniel frowned. When? She answered quietly. In 1819. Nathaniel stared. That's impossible. Eleanor gave the same weary smile every resident of Ashmore seemed to carry. Around them, the morning bells echoed across the frozen town. Then she spoke the words that would haunt Nathaniel long after the winter ended. Everyone meets Elias. She paused. The difficult part is discovering when. The morning after his encounter in the forest, Nathaniel Crow did something he had not done since serving as a military cartographer. He questioned his own memory. He spread his maps across the table inside his rented room. Every measurement he had recorded over the previous 2 days remained exactly where he had written it. The invisible circle. The abandoned camps. The impossible footprints. The phantom train. Nothing had changed. Yet none of it belonged to a world governed by ordinary rules. He sharpened a pencil and began redrawing the surrounding valley from memory. Mountains. Frozen streams. The lake. Ashmore. As he finished the final ridge, something caught his attention. Without realizing it, he had drawn the valley as a perfect spiral. He stared at the page. That couldn't be right. He fetched an official survey map. The government version showed an ordinary basin surrounded by 3 mountain ranges. His own sketch looked as though the entire landscape gently twisted inward toward the center of the forest. Nathaniel measured both drawings. The government map was mathematically correct. His sketch should have been impossible. Yet somehow, when he closed his eyes and remembered walking through the woods, the spiral felt true. Later that morning, the town gathered for Sunday service. Ashmore's church was the oldest building in the settlement. Built from dark cedar logs, it stood beside the frozen lake, its bell tower weathered by decades of brutal winters. Nathaniel had no intention of attending. He was not particularly religious. But curiosity proved stronger than habit. The service itself seemed ordinary. Families filled the wooden benches. Children whispered. An elderly woman played a small organ. The minister spoke calmly about hope during long winters. Nothing unusual. Until the final prayer. Instead of ending with, Amen, every resident stood. Then, in complete silence, they turned not toward the altar, but toward the floor. No one bowed their heads. No one closed their eyes. They simply looked down. Exactly 1 minute passed. No movement. No words. Then everyone sat again, as if nothing unusual had happened. Nathaniel leaned toward the man beside him. What was that? The man smiled politely. We remember. What do you remember? The smile disappeared. The promise. Before Nathaniel could ask another question, the congregation quietly began leaving the church. As the last family stepped outside, the minister approached. He was a tall man with silver hair and gentle eyes. My name is Reverend Samuel Mercer. Nathaniel introduced himself. I've noticed you've been asking many questions. I'm only trying to understand this town. The Reverend nodded slowly. That can be dangerous. Nathaniel almost laughed. Dangerous? Understanding usually is. The Reverend studied him for a moment. Come with me. They walked behind the altar. Few visitors ever entered the rear rooms of the church. A narrow staircase descended beneath the building. The air grew colder with every step. At the bottom waited a heavy oak door reinforced with black iron. The Reverend removed an old brass key from around his neck. The lock clicked. The door groaned open. Inside lay a stone chamber unlike anything Nathaniel expected. Shelves covered every wall. Hundreds of leather-bound books rested upon them. Some appeared almost new. Others looked older than the United States itself. Candles burned quietly despite the absence of any draft. At the center of the room stood a massive wooden table. Upon it rested an enormous ledger. Its leather cover was cracked with age. No title. No decoration. Only a single iron clasp. The Reverend placed both hands upon it. This, he said softly, is Ashmore's true history. Nathaniel stepped closer. The pages were filled with names. Thousands of them. Each written by hand. Beside every name were 3 dates. The first date marked a person's birth. The second marked the day they arrived in Ashmore. The third was blank. Every single entry ended with an empty space. Nathaniel frowned. Where are the dates of death? The Reverend shook his head. There are none. Why not? Because they never died here. Nathaniel looked around the chamber. What does that mean? The Reverend answered with quiet certainty. It means every person whose name is written in this book eventually left. Nathaniel nodded. People move. They did not move. They traveled. Where? The Reverend met his eyes. Tomorrow. Nathaniel waited for an explanation. None came. Instead, the Reverend opened the ledger near its middle. Read this. Nathaniel looked down. The ink had faded, but the handwriting remained elegant. March 14th, 1823. Today Benjamin Carter disappeared while chopping firewood. His axe remained standing in the stump. His footprints ended beside it. No signs of struggle. No blood. No wolves. Nothing. At sunset he returned. He claimed he had been gone less than 5 minutes. For the rest of us, 31 years had passed. Benjamin had not aged a single day. Nathaniel looked up. This is fiction. The Reverend silently turned another page. October 2nd, 1848. 3 children entered the northern forest chasing a red fox. They returned before supper. They insisted the town looked different. They asked why everyone had become old. Their parents had died 12 years earlier. Another page. January 8th, 1859. Dr. William Harlow attempted to explain the phenomenon scientifically. He carried 6 synchronized pocket watches into the valley. 5 stopped forever. The 6th continued running. Backward. Nathaniel closed the ledger. No. The Reverend said nothing. No. He shook his head harder. Someone fabricated these entries. The earliest pages were written before this church existed. Then someone added them later. The ink has been tested. By whom? The University in Boston. Nathaniel stared. They never published the results. Silence settled over the chamber. Finally, Nathaniel asked the question that had troubled him since arriving. What exactly is buried beneath this town? The Reverend did not answer immediately. Instead, he walked toward the far corner of the room. There stood another iron door. Smaller. Older. Its hinges had rusted almost solid. Across the center ran 7 heavy chains, each secured by a different lock. Nathaniel counted them carefully. 7 locks. 7 keys. The Reverend rested a hand against the cold metal. Directly beneath this church. He paused. Is the oldest place in Ashmore. Nathaniel waited. The town wasn't built here by accident. You mean the settlers chose this location? They didn't choose it. They found it. What did they find? The Reverend closed his eyes. A door. Nathaniel laughed despite himself. A door? Yes. To where? The Reverend opened his eyes. We have never been brave enough to discover. That afternoon Nathaniel searched every official document available in the town hall. Land deeds, construction records, tax books, census reports, everything. One detail appeared again and again. Every generation had elected a different mayor, a different sheriff, different teachers, different ministers. Yet one office never changed. The keeper. No first name, no surname. Simply, Keeper of Tomorrow. There were entries dating back almost 90 years. Whenever one keeper disappeared, another was appointed within 24 hours. No explanation. No ceremony. Just a new signature. Nathaniel searched the current town records. The office still existed. Its holder was listed simply as Elias. Nathaniel felt a chill race through his body. The same Elias he had met in the forest. The man Eleanor claimed had appeared to her grandfather in 1819. He hurried to the mayor's office. Where can I find Elias? The mayor looked confused. You don't. I met him yesterday. I know. I need to speak with him. The mayor slowly removed his spectacles. You misunderstand. Nathaniel frowned. Elias finds people. That evening, snow began falling again. Heavier than before. Large flakes drifted silently through the frozen streets. No wind. No sound. Just endless white. Nathaniel sat beside the window of his room, unable to concentrate on his maps. As darkness settled over Ashmore, he noticed something strange across the lake. Small lights, one after another, appearing beneath the ice. Not above it. Below. Blue. Green. Amber. Dozens of glowing orbs moved slowly beneath the frozen surface, as though an entire city existed beneath the lake. He grabbed his coat and hurried outside. Other townspeople were already watching. No one spoke. The lights drifted beneath the ice in perfect lines. Like streets. Like traffic. Like people carrying lanterns through invisible avenues. Then, deep beneath the frozen lake, a church bell rang. Once. Twice. 3 times. The sound came from under nearly 20 feet of ice. A little girl standing beside her mother whispered, "They're awake." Nathaniel looked at her. "Who's awake?" The child answered with complete innocence. "The people who haven't happened yet." The bell rang again. Louder this time. Then, without warning, a long crack echoed across the frozen lake. The entire town froze in place. Not one person moved. The glowing lights beneath the ice stopped all at once. Then every light slowly turned toward Ashmore. For several long seconds, no one in Ashmore breathed. The lights beneath the frozen lake remained perfectly still. Hundreds of them. Perhaps more. Blue. Amber. White. Soft enough to resemble lanterns carried through thick fog, yet bright enough to be seen beneath nearly 20 feet of solid ice. Nathaniel counted. 23. 39. 61. Eventually he stopped. There were simply too many. Every glowing point beneath the lake had turned toward the shoreline where the town stood. Toward them. The silence became unbearable. Then, one light moved. Not quickly. Not slowly. Deliberately. It drifted toward the center of the lake. Another followed. then another. Within moments, every light had begun moving together. Perfectly synchronized. Like soldiers marching. No. Like mourners walking behind a funeral procession. Their path formed a straight line beneath the ice. Directly toward the old church. Nathaniel looked around. No one seemed surprised. Terrified, yes. But not surprised. The townspeople simply removed their hats. Parents quietly pulled children closer. An elderly woman crossed herself. A blacksmith lowered his hammer to the snow. Even the horses standing beside wagons became unnaturally calm. No animal whinnied. No dog barked. It was as though the entire valley had learned this ritual generations ago. Nathaniel finally broke the silence. "What are they doing?" No one answered. The procession beneath the lake continued. One by one, the lights disappeared beneath the shoreline itself. They did not emerge onto land. They simply vanished beneath the earth. The final light lingered longer than the rest. It remained beneath the ice near the exact center of the lake. Almost waiting. Watching. Then it too disappeared. Only darkness remained. The crack in the ice widened with a deep groan. Nathaniel expected freezing water to erupt upward. Instead, warm mist escaped through the fracture. Not steam. Mist. Thin ribbons of silver vapor curled into the winter air. He cautiously approached the edge. The cold should have intensified. Instead, he felt warmth against his face. Like standing beside a fireplace. He knelt. The crack was barely 2 inches wide. Far too narrow to see inside. Yet faint sounds drifted upward. Footsteps. Soft conversation. Laughter. The clatter of wagon wheels. Someone singing an old hymn. The sounds echoed from beneath the lake as though an invisible town continued its ordinary evening below the ice. Nathaniel pressed one ear against the frozen surface. Instantly the noises became clear. A woman laughed. A child asked for bread. A man called for someone named Abigail. Church bells rang in the distance. It sounded alive. Not ghostly. Not distorted. Simply alive. Then one sentence rose above all the others. A man's calm voice whispered, Asterisk. Don't let them open it again. Asterisk. Nathaniel jerked backward. The sounds vanished. Only silence remained. The following morning, Ashmore awoke beneath another blanket of snow. Yet something had changed. Nathaniel noticed it immediately. The people. Every resident looked exhausted. Not physically. Emotionally. As though none of them had slept. The general store opened late. The school remained closed. The blacksmith's forge stayed dark. Even the church bell failed to ring. It felt less like a town and more like a family waiting outside a sick room. At breakfast, Eleanor Briggs served coffee without speaking. Nathaniel finally asked, "Did everyone hear the voices?" She nodded. "Yes." "Who were they?" She stirred her coffee. "Our neighbors." Nathaniel frowned. "I've met everyone in Ashmore." She slowly looked at him. "No. You've met everyone here." She paused. "Not everyone." That afternoon, the mayor summoned the entire town to the assembly hall. Nathaniel attended. Nearly every seat was filled. No children spoke. No one whispered. The mayor stood before them holding a folded sheet of yellowed paper. His hands trembled. "I hoped this winter would pass quietly." He looked around the room. "I was wrong." Nobody interrupted. He unfolded the paper. "The message has returned." Nathaniel leaned forward. "Message?" The mayor began reading. "When the 5th hard winter arrives after the Western Survey begins. Asterisk. The buried road will remember. Asterisk. Asterisk. The bell beneath the lake will ring 4 times. Asterisk. Asterisk. The keeper will disappear. Asterisk. Asterisk. The stranger carrying the government's compass must decide whether tomorrow deserves to remain buried. Asterisk. The room fell silent. Nathaniel's heart stopped. The stranger carrying the government's compass. There was only one surveyor in Ashmore. Him. He stood. Where did that paper come from? The mayor answered quietly. It has been sealed inside the church for 73 years. Nathaniel laughed nervously. This is absurd. No. It mentions me. It mentions someone. It says government's compass. Surveyors existed before you. Nathaniel hesitated. The mayor folded the paper. The strange part. He swallowed. Is that every previous copy changed after it was read? Nathaniel frowned. What do you mean? The mayor handed him the document. Read it yourself. Nathaniel unfolded the brittle page. The handwriting was beautiful. Precise. He read every line. Then looked up. This doesn't mention me. The mayor stared. What? It says. Nathaniel stopped. He looked back down. The words had changed. Now the sentence read, Nathaniel Crow must decide. His hands began shaking. No. He blinked. The ink shifted again. Letter by letter. As though written by an invisible pen. The name vanished. Replaced once more by the stranger. Nathaniel slowly lowered the page. Every face in the room watched him. No one appeared surprised. Only saddened. Finally, Eleanor whispered, It knows you're reading. That evening, Nathaniel returned alone to the church. He wanted answers. The building stood empty. Moonlight filtered through stained glass windows. The sanctuary felt colder than before. He walked toward the altar. The floorboards creaked softly beneath his boots. Then, knock. Nathaniel froze. The sound had come from below. Knock. Knock. 3 slow knocks. Someone, or something, was beneath the floor. He listened carefully. Nothing. Then, knock. 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 Exactly the same rhythm. Not random. Intentional. He rushed behind the altar and descended the narrow staircase into the stone archive. The candles were already burning, though no one had lit them. The great ledger rested upon its table, unchanged. The chained iron door stood silently in the far corner. Nathaniel approached it. Another knock echoed from the opposite side. Much louder. The chains rattled. Dust drifted from the ceiling. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. He leaned closer. Who's there? Silence. Then, from behind the iron door, a calm male voice answered. That depends. Nathaniel stumbled backward. The voice continued. What year is it? Nathaniel's mouth went dry. 1887. A long pause. Then the unseen man sighed. We still failed. Nathaniel's blood turned cold. What do you mean? Another silence. Finally. I hoped you wouldn't come. Nathaniel stared at the heavy iron door. Who are you? The answer came immediately. I am you. The candle flames flickered violently. Nathaniel shook his head. No. You won't believe me. No. You shouldn't. Nathaniel backed away. This is some trick. The voice became quieter. I said the same thing. His breathing became uneven. What are you talking about? I remember standing exactly where you are now. Nathaniel felt his legs weaken. Impossible. Yes. Tell me your name. The voice answered without hesitation. Nathaniel Crow. Silence crushed the room. Then the unseen man spoke one final sentence. A sentence so simple, yet so terrifying, that Nathaniel would remember every word for the rest of his life. Whatever you do, don't let Elias give you the 7th key. Nathaniel Crow remained frozen before the chained iron door. The stone chamber was silent once again. The voice had disappeared. No footsteps. No breathing. Nothing beyond the steady flicker of candlelight dancing across centuries-old walls. He slowly reached toward one of the iron chains. It was colder than ice. The moment his fingers touched the metal, every candle in the chamber went out. Darkness swallowed the room. Not ordinary darkness. Complete darkness. Nathaniel couldn't even see his own hands. Then, he heard breathing. Someone else was standing inside the archive. Very close. He instinctively reached for the revolver on his belt. Before he could draw it, a match struck. A tiny orange flame appeared. Holding it was Reverend Samuel Mercer. His face looked older than it had only hours before. Much older. You heard him. It wasn't a question. Nathaniel nodded. You knew. The Reverend sighed. I knew the door had spoken before. It called itself Nathaniel Crow. I know. You believe it? The old minister stared at the iron door for a long time. Finally he answered. I stopped believing or disbelieving many years ago. He lit another candle. Then another. Warm light slowly returned to the chamber. The question isn't whether the voice spoke the truth. He looked directly at Nathaniel. The question is why it wanted you to hear it. The Reverend unlocked the great ledger once more. Instead of opening to the familiar pages, he turned almost to the very end. The paper here looked newer. Perhaps only a few years old. Many pages remained blank. Then Nathaniel noticed something strange. One page contained handwriting that looked exactly like his own. He frowned. I've never written here. I know. The Reverend gently pushed the ledger closer. Read it. Nathaniel hesitated. Then he began. December 3. I have finally accepted that memory cannot be trusted inside the valley. Each sunrise steals certainty. Each sunset replaces it. If someone finds these pages before I return, do not believe the mountains. They move. Nathaniel stopped. The handwriting. The shape of each letter. The way the lowercase g curved beneath the line. It was unquestionably his own. He turned another page. December 8. Today I met myself. He looked 20 years older. He refused to answer most questions. Before disappearing he said only one sentence. Asterisk. You still think time is a river? Asterisk. Asterisk. Soon you'll learn it is a forest. Asterisk. Nathaniel's breathing became shallow. Another page. December 14. Elias finally explained why nobody leaves Ashmore unchanged. We do leave. We simply never leave the same year. Nathaniel slammed the ledger shut. No. The Reverend didn't react. No. He stood. I wrote none of that. You haven't. Nathaniel stared. What? The Reverend's voice remained calm. You haven't written it. Yet. That night sleep refused to come. Nathaniel sat beside the small window overlooking the frozen street. Snow continued falling without wind. The silence seemed heavier now, as though the town itself were listening. He unfolded every map he possessed. Federal surveys. Military charts. Railroad plans. Old trading routes. One by one he compared them. Around midnight he noticed something no cartographer should ever discover. Ashmore did not exist on any map older than 1806. That alone wasn't remarkable. Many settlements were founded after that date. But something else was. Before 1806, the valley itself didn't exist. The mountain ranges connected seamlessly. The lake wasn't there. The river flowed through solid forest. According to every earlier map, Ashmore had been built in a place that had not yet existed. Nathaniel checked again. Then again. Different mapmakers. Different years. Different governments. The result never changed. It wasn't merely that no one had drawn the town. The land itself appeared to have arrived suddenly, as though an entire valley had been inserted into America. The next morning, Elias finally returned. Nathaniel saw him standing alone beside the frozen lake. The old man fed crumbs to birds that never landed. Instead, the crumbs simply disappeared before touching the snow. Nathaniel approached quickly. "I've been looking for you." "I know. You knew I would." "I usually do." Nathaniel stopped only a few feet away. "I have questions." Elias smiled gently. "So did I." "When?" "When I was Nathaniel Crow." Nathaniel's blood ran cold. "You expect me to believe that?" "No." "Then why say it?" "Because it is true." Silence lingered between them. The lake creaked beneath its thick layer of ice. Finally Nathaniel spoke again. "If you're me, why are you old?" Elias looked across the frozen water. "Because I walked farther." "Farther where?" "Tomorrow." Nathaniel shook his head. "That isn't an answer." "It will be." Elias removed something from inside his heavy coat. An old pocket watch. Its silver casing was badly scratched. He handed it to Nathaniel. "This belonged to you." Nathaniel examined it. Inside the lid were engraved initials. NC. His own initials. But he had never owned such a watch. He opened the cover. The hands moved. Backward. Tick. 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 Each second retreated instead of advancing. "What is this?" "The only clock that still remembers." "Remembers what?" "The first mistake." Nathaniel looked up. "What mistake?" Elias closed the watch. "The settlers believed they had discovered the valley." "They hadn't?" "No. They discovered an entrance." "To what?" Elias finally met his eyes. "To every version of tomorrow that never happened." Nathaniel said nothing. The explanation sounded absurd. Yet after everything he had witnessed, it somehow felt less impossible than before. Elias began walking slowly around the edge of the lake. Nathaniel followed. "You've noticed the abandoned camps?" "Yes." "They weren't abandoned." Nathaniel frowned. "What happened?" "They kept walking." "Into the forest?" "No." "Then where?" Elias pointed toward the trees beyond the lake. "The forest doesn't only contain places." Nathaniel waited. "It contains choices." They reached an old wooden dock buried beneath snow. Its boards had nearly rotted away. At the end stood a weathered sign. Most of its letters had faded. Only a few remained visible. "Return before sunset." Below those words, someone had carved dozens of names. Some crossed out. Some untouched. Nathaniel searched the list. Halfway down, his own name had already been carved into the wood. Fresh. Clean. As though done only yesterday. He ran his fingers across the letters. Nathaniel Crow. His heart pounded. "I didn't carve this." "I know." "Who did?" Elias answered quietly. "You." Nathaniel spun around. "This is impossible. It becomes easier." "I don't want easier." "You will." "No. You've already said that." Nathaniel stared at him. "When?" Elias smiled sadly. "The first time." Clouds gathered overhead. Snow began falling harder. The old man looked toward the distant forest. "They're coming earlier." "Who?" "The collectors." Nathaniel noticed Elias had become serious for the first time. The warmth disappeared from his expression. "We don't have much time." "What collectors?" Instead of answering, Elias pointed toward the tree line. Nathaniel followed his gaze. At first he saw nothing. Then, shapes. Tall. Motionless. standing between the pines. 1, 3, 7. More emerged as his eyes adjusted. Human silhouettes. Far taller than ordinary men. Wrapped in long black coats that hung unnaturally still despite the falling snow. Their faces could not be seen. Only smooth darkness beneath wide-brimmed hats. None moved. None spoke. They simply stood there, watching Ashmore, watching Nathaniel. He counted nearly 20. Then one of them slowly raised an arm. Not waving. Pointing. Directly at him. Nathaniel instinctively stepped backward. "Who are they?" Elias answered almost in a whisper. "They collect the futures we refuse to live." "What does that mean?" "It means..." Elias's voice grew quieter. "They finally know your name." The figures remained perfectly still. Then, all at once, every one of them took a single synchronized step forward. The snow beneath their feet did not leave footprints. Instead, each step erased the snow completely, exposing green summer grass beneath. A second later, the grass vanished beneath fresh snow again. Nathaniel watched in horror as winter and summer flickered beneath every impossible stride. The collectors took another step. Closer. And somewhere beneath the frozen lake, the hidden church bell rang once. Then a second time. Only 2 rings. But everyone in Ashmore stopped what they were doing. Doors opened. People looked toward the forest. No one screamed. No one ran. Because they all knew exactly what the second bell meant. Elias closed his eyes. "They've crossed the boundary," Nathaniel whispered. "What boundary?" Elias answered without opening his eyes. "The one we buried." The second bell continued to echo beneath the frozen lake long after the sound itself should have faded. It rolled across the valley like distant thunder. Not louder. Just longer. Nathaniel stood at the end of the weathered dock, unable to take his eyes off the figures standing at the edge of the forest. The collectors had stopped moving. 23 of them. Perhaps 24. It was difficult to count. Every time Nathaniel focused on one figure, another seemed to disappear. Every time he looked away, the number changed. His instincts told him they were simply men. Yet something deeper, something older than reason insisted they were not. The snow around them remained perfectly undisturbed. No footprints. No broken branches. Even the falling snowflakes seemed reluctant to touch them. Instead, flakes drifted around their bodies, tracing invisible outlines before settling on the ground. Nathaniel whispered, "They're real." Elias nodded. "They are." "Who's sent them?" "No one. They just exist. They always have." Nathaniel turned sharply. "There has to be an explanation." "There is." "What is it?" Elias looked toward the mountains. "They are what remains when a future dies." Nathaniel frowned. "I don't understand." "Neither did I." Elias bent down and scooped a handful of snow into his weathered palm. He held it up between them. "Imagine every decision a person could make." Nathaniel remained silent. "Every road they could walk. Every life they could live. Every tomorrow waiting beyond today." Nathaniel nodded slowly. Elias closed his hand. The snow disappeared. Not melted. Gone. Most futures are never lived. He opened his hand. It was empty. But they do not simply vanish. Nathaniel felt an uneasy chill. They remain. Where? Elias pointed toward the forest. There. The old man began walking again. Nathaniel followed. The rest of Ashmore had already begun preparing. Doors were shut. Lanterns extinguished. Windows covered with heavy wooden shutters. Children hurried indoors without crying. No one questioned the mayor. No one argued. They moved with the practiced efficiency of people repeating an old ritual. Nathaniel noticed something peculiar. Every family placed a single empty chair outside their front door. Dozens of chairs lined the snowy streets. Rocking chairs, kitchen chairs, stools, even broken benches. All empty, facing the forest. "Why are they doing that?" Elias answered quietly. "So the collectors won't mistake the living for the waiting." Nathaniel stopped walking. "What?" "The empty chair reminds them." "Reminds them of what?" "That someone has already been counted." Nathaniel stared. "Has it ever worked?" Elias hesitated. "Usually." By sunset, the town looked abandoned. Smoke still rose from chimneys. Lights glowed behind curtains. Yet not a single person remained outside. Only Nathaniel, Elias, and the rows of empty chairs. The forest darkened. The last trace of daylight disappeared behind thick clouds. Then, the first collector entered Ashmore. He didn't walk along the road. He simply appeared beside the first chair. Tall, motionless. His black coat reached almost to the ground. His face remained hidden beneath impossible darkness. Nathaniel watched carefully. The collector tilted his head toward the empty chair, then continued walking. Another appeared beside the next house. Then another. Within minutes, silent figures drifted through every street. None touched the homes. None tried opening doors. Each paused beside an empty chair. Each seemed to inspect it, then moved on. Nathaniel held his breath. The entire town had become a silent inspection line. One collector stopped only 20 feet away, closer than any before. Nathaniel noticed details he had missed. Its clothing wasn't cloth. It looked woven from ash. Tiny gray particles drifted from its sleeves before dissolving into the air. Its hands had 6 fingers. Long, thin, perfectly still. Then it slowly lifted its head. Nathaniel expected eyes. There were none. Only darkness. An endless darkness deeper than any shadow. Yet he felt unmistakably seen. The collector raised one hand. Not threateningly. Almost curiously. Then it spoke. Its voice sounded like dozens of people whispering at once. "Surveyor." Nathaniel's heart pounded. It knew him. "You have measured the valley." Nathaniel couldn't answer. "You have drawn the roads." Silence. "You have found the door." The collector took one slow step closer. "You no longer belong to one tomorrow." Nathaniel finally found his voice. "What are you?" The figure remained motionless. "We remember." "What?" "The lives abandoned." Another pause. "The futures buried." Nathaniel swallowed. "Why are you here?" The answer came without emotion. "To collect what was promised." Suddenly, a church bell rang. Not beneath the lake. Above ground. The old church. Its single bronze bell echoed across Ashmore. Every collector froze. Then, as one, they turned toward the church. Nathaniel looked as well. Standing in the open doorway was Reverend Samuel Mercer. He held an enormous iron lantern unlike anything Nathaniel had ever seen. Its flame burned blue. The Reverend raised the lantern high. His voice, usually gentle, carried through the valley with astonishing strength. "The covenant still stands." Every collector remained perfectly still. The Reverend continued. "The 7th key has not been turned." Silence answered him. Then the nearest collector spoke again. "The keeper grows old." Reverend Mercer nodded. "I know. The debt grows older." "I know. The boundary weakens." "I know." The collector lifted one long hand toward Nathaniel. "The surveyor has crossed." The Reverend lowered his eyes. "I know." Nathaniel looked from one to the other. "What debt? What boundary? What key?" No one answered. Without warning, a violent wind swept across the town. The first wind Nathaniel had felt since arriving. Snow exploded into the air. The empty chairs toppled over. Doors slammed. Windows rattled. Above the rooftops, the clouds began spinning. Not drifting. Spinning. A vast circular pattern formed directly above Ashmore. The same spiral Nathaniel had unknowingly drawn on his map. Lightning flashed. But not white. Deep gold. For a single heartbeat, the entire valley glowed. And in that golden light, Nathaniel saw something impossible. Ashmore wasn't alone. Layered across the town were countless other versions of it. One filled with wooden cabins. Another with stone buildings. One covered in ashes. One swallowed by trees. One abandoned. One bustling with thousands of people. One where a great railroad station stood beside the lake. Another where the church had never been built. Hundreds. Thousands. Every version occupying the same ground. Existing together for only an instant. Then the light vanished. Everything returned to normal. Nathaniel stumbled backward. "What did I just see?" Elias answered from behind him. "All the towns that almost were." The wind died as suddenly as it had begun. The collectors slowly stepped back toward the forest. None hurried. None looked defeated. They retreated with the patience of beings who believed time itself belonged to them. Before disappearing among the trees, the nearest collector spoke one final sentence. "We return when the third bell rings." Then they were gone. Not walking away. Simply absent. Night settled over Ashmore once more. The townspeople cautiously emerged from their homes. Some retrieved the empty chairs. Others embraced their families. Children laughed nervously, relieved without understanding why. Nathaniel found the mayor standing alone in the town square. "You knew they would leave." The mayor nodded. "For tonight. What happens after the third bell?" The old man didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked toward the church. "When the third bell rings." He spoke so quietly Nathaniel almost missed the words. "The keeper must choose his successor." Nathaniel looked toward Elias. The old man stood silently beside the frozen lake. His shoulders seemed heavier now. His hair, already gray, appeared almost white beneath the moonlight. For the first time since Nathaniel had met him, Elias looked tired. Not the tiredness of a long day. The exhaustion of centuries. Nathaniel walked toward him. "Elias." The old man smiled faintly. "Yes? The collectors said you're growing old." "I am." "How old are you?" Elias looked across the ice. "I stopped counting after my third lifetime." Nathaniel felt a knot tighten in his stomach. Then Elias slowly reached into his coat. From an inner pocket, he withdrew a small object wrapped in faded cloth. With great care, he unfolded the fabric. Resting in his palm was an ancient iron key, black with age. Its handle was carved into the shape of a circle swallowing its own tail. Nathaniel instantly recognized it. It matched the locks on the chain door beneath the church. Elias closed his fingers around it before Nathaniel could touch it. His voice had become almost a whisper. "There are 7 keys." Nathaniel nodded. "I know." Elias looked directly into his eyes. "No. You only know 6. A long silence passed between them. Then the old keeper spoke the words that made Nathaniel's blood run cold. "The 7th key cannot be forged. It cannot be inherited. It cannot be found." Nathaniel swallowed. "Then where does it come from?" Elias slowly opened his hand again. The ancient key was gone. In its place rested Nathaniel's own government survey compass. Except now, engraved across its brass cover, were 7 words he had never seen before. "Every map eventually draws its maker." Nathaniel stared at the brass compass resting in Elias's hand. It was unmistakably his. The same worn leather strap. The same tiny dent near the hinge where it had slipped from his horse months earlier during a survey in Montana. Even the initials scratched into the back by his younger brother years ago were still there. Yet one detail had changed. The smooth brass casing now carried an inscription that had never existed before. Every map eventually draws its maker. Nathaniel slowly reached for it. "May I?" Elias hesitated. For a moment. Nathaniel took the compass. The metal was strangely warm. Not warm from another person's hand. Warm as though it had been lying in direct sunlight. He opened the lid. The needle no longer pointed north. Instead, it pointed directly toward the church. No matter how he turned, east, west, south, the needle stubbornly returned to the same direction, toward the hill where the old cedar church stood. Nathaniel frowned. "The magnet is damaged." Elias smiled faintly. "No. What then?" "It has finally remembered what it was built to find." Nathaniel looked up. "What does that mean?" "The government believed they hired you to survey railroads." The old keeper's tired eyes reflected the pale moonlight. "They did not. They sent the only man who could finish an unfinished map." That night, Nathaniel could no longer ignore the feeling that something unseen was quietly arranging every step of his journey. He spread every page from his notebook across the small table in his room. Measurements, sketches, distances, footprints, compass readings. He began comparing the pages in chronological order. After nearly an hour, he noticed a strange pattern. His handwriting was changing. The first pages were neat and precise. Military. Professional. Later entries became slightly different. Letters leaned farther to the right. Certain words appeared in older spellings. By the most recent pages, his writing looked almost identical to the mysterious journal inside the church ledger. He picked up 2 pages. One from his first day in Ashmore. One from yesterday. The difference was unmistakable. Not dramatic. Just enough that another person might never notice. But Nathaniel noticed. Because it was his own hand. It wasn't simply changing. It was aging. He slept only briefly. Just before dawn, he dreamed. Or at least, he believed it was a dream. He stood inside the northern forest. No snow covered the ground. Instead, wild flowers stretched between towering pines. Warm summer sunlight filtered through the branches. Birds filled the air with songs he had never heard before. Ahead stood Ashmore. Except it wasn't Ashmore. The town had become a thriving city. Brick buildings lined broad streets. Children ran beside electric street lamps. A train station bustled with travelers. Automobiles rolled where wagons should have been. Nathaniel had never seen such machines before. Above one large stone building hung a sign. Ashmore Historical Museum. Curiosity pulled him forward. Inside the museum, visitors wandered quietly through polished halls. Paintings covered the walls. Old maps rested beneath glass. A guide spoke to a small crowd. Nathaniel listened. And according to surviving records, surveyor Nathaniel Crow vanished during the winter expedition of 1887. Several visitors nodded. The valley was never located again. Nathaniel's heart pounded. He stepped closer. No one seemed able to see him. Behind the guide stood a portrait. A large oil painting. The man in the painting wore a long dark coat. Gray hair. Kind eyes. An old brass compass hung from a chain around his neck. The name beneath the portrait read, Elias Crow. Nathaniel's breath caught. Crow. His surname. The guide continued speaking. Although historians debate whether Elias Crow truly existed, the visitors chuckled politely. His journals remain among the most mysterious documents ever discovered. Nathaniel rushed toward the display. Inside the glass case rested a familiar object. His notebook. The same leather cover. The same missing corner. He tried opening the case. His hands passed straight through the glass. Then someone behind him whispered, "You came too early." Nathaniel turned. The museum was gone. The summer vanished. Snow covered everything once more. Standing beneath the trees was Elias. Only younger. Perhaps 40 years old. Exactly Nathaniel's age. He smiled sadly. "You aren't supposed to remember this yet." Nathaniel tried speaking. No sound emerged. The younger Elias raised one finger toward the sky. "Wake up." Nathaniel opened his eyes. Morning light filled the room. His heart raced. The dream remained painfully vivid. Too vivid. He quickly reached for his notebook. With shaking hands, he sketched the museum from memory. The large entrance. The portrait. The display case. When he finished, he realized he had drawn every brick perfectly. Every window. Every stair. How could he remember such detail from a dream? He closed the notebook. A folded piece of paper slipped from between its pages. He frowned. He had never seen it before. Slowly he unfolded it. It contained only one sentence. Written in his own handwriting. The museum was never a dream. Nathaniel hurried outside. Fresh snows sparkled beneath the rising sun. The town had returned to its usual quiet rhythm. Children walked toward school. The blacksmith hammered glowing iron. Smoke drifted lazily from chimneys. Everything looked ordinary, almost peaceful, until he reached the town square. There, carved into the frozen ground, stretched a perfect circle nearly 30 feet across. No snow remained inside it. Grass. Green summer grass. Growing in the middle of winter. The circle matched the invisible one Nathaniel had found in the forest. Townspeople carefully walked around it. None dared step inside. Nathaniel approached the edge. The air shimmered faintly. Almost invisible. He looked toward Elias. The old keeper stood several yards away. "Don't." Nathaniel ignored him. He stepped into the circle. Instantly, every sound vanished. No wind. No voices. No birds. Even his own breathing disappeared. The world became silent beyond imagination. Then, he heard a pencil scratching across paper. Slow. Careful. Steady. He turned. A man sat beneath a large pine tree. He wore a heavy surveyor's coat. Maps lay scattered around him. His head remained lowered as he continued drawing. Nathaniel approached cautiously. The man never looked up. "What are you drawing?" No answer. Only the scratching pencil. Nathaniel stopped beside him. His blood froze. The unfinished map spread across the snow. Was Ashmore. Every road. Every cabin. Every tree. Every fence. Drawn with astonishing precision. But there was one detail still incomplete. The center of the map. Exactly where Nathaniel now stood. The stranger finally spoke. Without lifting his eyes. "I'm missing one line," Nathaniel whispered. "What line?" "The one that finishes the valley." He slowly looked up. Nathaniel stumbled backward. The surveyor had his face. Not merely similar. Identical. Same eyes. Same scar above the left eyebrow. Same expression. Only older. Much older. His beard had turned completely white. Ink stained his fingers. His eyes carried centuries of exhaustion. The older surveyor smiled faintly. "I've been waiting for you." Nathaniel could barely breathe. "Who are you?" The old man gently placed the pencil across the unfinished map. "You." Silence. Then he pointed toward the blank center. "I can't complete it." "Why?" "Because I don't remember how you decided." Nathaniel stared at the map. "What decision?" The old surveyor's smile slowly disappeared. The one that determines whether Ashmore, he paused, becomes history, or remains tomorrow. Before Nathaniel could answer, a deafening bell rang beneath the earth. Not once, not twice, but a third time. The sound shattered the silence inside the mysterious circle. The older surveyor closed his eyes. So soon? The unfinished map burst into flames without heat. The pine trees blurred. The grass vanished. Snow rushed back across the ground. Nathaniel found himself standing once again in the town square. The circle was gone. The grass had disappeared. Only frightened townspeople remained. Across the valley, every church window began glowing with pale golden light. Elias stood motionless. His shoulders sank. Without looking at Nathaniel, he whispered, "The third bell has rung." Then, for the first time since Nathaniel arrived in Ashmore, the old keeper slowly removed a heavy iron chain from around his own neck. Hanging from it was the sixth key. He held it out toward Nathaniel. "I prayed this day would never come." Nathaniel looked at the ancient key, then back at Elias. "I don't understand." Elias's voice trembled with sorrow. "You don't have to. You only have to choose." The sixth key rested in Elias's outstretched hand. It was smaller than Nathaniel expected. Forged from dark iron polished smooth by countless years of handling. 6 tiny symbols had been carved around its circular bow. A mountain, a river, a lantern, a bell, a compass, and finally, an empty circle. Nathaniel reached toward it. Just before his fingers made contact, Elias quietly closed his hand. "Not yet." Nathaniel lowered his arm. "I thought you wanted me to take it." "I do." "Then why stop?" "Because once you touch the sixth key, you will begin remembering lives that are not entirely yours." Nathaniel frowned. "Memories?" Elias nodded. "The keepers never inherit the key. They inherit everyone who carried it." The words settled heavily between them. Nathaniel looked again at the ancient iron key. For the first time, he noticed faint scratches running along its shaft. Not damage. Names. Tiny names. Barely visible. He counted 6. Each engraved by a different hand. The 7th space remained blank. They walked together toward the church. The town seemed strangely quiet. Not fearful. Expectant. Every resident Nathaniel passed looked at him with an expression he had seen only once before. Years earlier. During the final hours before a battlefield engagement. Not pity. Not admiration. The silent recognition reserved for someone carrying a burden that could not be shared. No one stopped him. No one wished him luck. They simply stepped aside. As if the road already belonged to him. Inside the church, Reverend Mercer waited beside the altar. The old minister had removed his formal robes. He now wore a simple gray coat. In his hands rested a narrow wooden box wrapped in faded blue cloth. Without speaking, he carried it beneath the church into the stone archive. Nathaniel and Elias followed. The heavy iron door with its 7 locks remained sealed. The chains hadn't moved. Yet something felt different. Nathaniel realized the metal was humming, almost imperceptibly, like distant music vibrating through stone. Reverend Mercer placed the wooden box upon the central table, then carefully lifted the lid. Inside lay 6 journals, bound in different leathers, different colors, different ages. Each carried a single brass number. I, 2, 3, 4, V, 6. Nathaniel looked at Elias. "The keepers?" The old man nodded. "Their journals. You've read them?" "Many times." Nathaniel reached for the first volume. Elias stopped him. "Read them in order. They're numbered." "They're not numbered by time." Nathaniel looked confused. What? The first keeper wasn't the first. Elias picked up Journal 4. This one came earliest. He opened it carefully. The pages smelled of cedar and smoke. The handwriting flowed elegantly across yellowed paper. October 1806. We crossed the northern ridge expecting another valley. Instead, we discovered silence. No birds. No insects. No wind. The lake reflected stars that did not belong to our sky. Captain Hollis ordered camp. By morning, half our men claimed they had dreamed the same impossible dream. An old church. 7 keys. A surveyor whose face none of us recognized. We laughed. There wasn't even a church. Nathaniel looked up. 1806. The founding expedition. Elias nodded. They believed they discovered the valley. They didn't? They arrived after someone else. Journal 2 came next. Its pages were darker. The ink had begun fading. 1818. Today we buried Thomas Reed. At least, we thought we did. At sunset he walked back into town carrying flowers. He apologized for missing lunch. He insisted he had only stepped into the forest for 10 minutes. His grave had stood in our cemetery for 11 years. Nathaniel slowly closed the journal. How did they survive this? They stopped trying to explain it. Journal 6 belonged to a woman. Nathaniel hadn't expected that. Its leather cover had been repaired countless times. Inside, the handwriting was strong and confident. January 2nd, 1849. Today I accepted the 5th key. Not because I wished to. Because no one else remained. Being keeper does not mean guarding the door. It means deciding who must never open it. Some choices wound a soul more deeply than any blade. Nathaniel paused. There was a woman keeper. There were 2. Elias smiled faintly. They carried the burden better than most of us. He opened another page. February 11. I have begun forgetting my childhood. Not naturally. Selectively. The valley takes memories to make room for older ones. Yesterday I remembered a language I have never learned. Today I can no longer remember my mother's voice. If someone someday reads this, please forgive me if I forget your name before I forget your future. Nathaniel quietly closed the journal. The room had grown colder. Not from the weather. From the realization that every keeper had paid a price. Not with blood. With memory. Elias walked toward the chained door. He rested one weathered hand upon the cold iron. People believe the 7 keys are locks. Nathaniel waited. They are not. What are they? Promises. What do they promise? That no single person will ever carry the burden alone. Nathaniel frowned. Then why are there 7? Elias smiled sadly. Because 6 promises eventually fail. The humming inside the door suddenly grew louder. A low vibration echoed through the stone chamber. Dust drifted from the ceiling. Nathaniel instinctively looked toward the locks. The first one turned by itself. No key touched it. The ancient mechanism clicked loudly. One chain loosened and fell to the floor. No one moved. A second lock turned. Another chain dropped. Then a third. The heavy iron links crashed against the stone floor. Nathaniel stepped backward. Elias. I know. You didn't unlock them. I didn't. The old keeper's face had become pale. The third bell has awakened the door. One by one. The fourth. Then the 5th lock opened. Only 2 chains remained. The 6th. And the 7th. Silence returned. Nathaniel stared at the partially free door. A thin line of pale golden light now shone through the narrow gap between iron and stone. Warm air escaped into the archive, carrying a scent unlike anything Nathaniel had ever known. Fresh rain. Old books. Pine forests. ocean salt, spring flowers, wood smoke, every season, every place, every memory, combined into a single impossible fragrance. Then, a child laughed. From behind the door. Nathaniel froze. The laughter sounded familiar. Painfully familiar. He closed his eyes. Images flashed through his mind. A small farmhouse. His mother hanging laundry beneath a summer sky. A little boy chasing butterflies. His younger brother falling into a creek and laughing. Memories. Real memories. Except, one child didn't belong. A little girl with dark hair. Perhaps 6 years old. She looked up at Nathaniel, smiled, and called him, "Father!" Nathaniel's eyes snapped open. His chest tightened. He had never married. He had never had children. Yet hearing her voice filled him with an overwhelming ache. As though he had lost someone he loved beyond words. He staggered backward. "Who?" His voice broke. "Who was that?" Elias closed his eyes. "The life you never lived." Nathaniel stared at him. "No. The valley remembers every tomorrow. She isn't real." Elias looked at him with quiet compassion. "She was." At that very moment, a desperate shout echoed from above. The mayor's voice. "Elias!" Footsteps thundered across the church floor. Someone raced down the stone staircase. The mayor burst into the archive, breathless. "They're back!" Nathaniel looked toward him. "The collectors?" The mayor shook his head. "Worse." His face had turned white. "They didn't come from the forest." Silence. The mayor swallowed hard before finishing. "They came from inside the town." Everyone rushed upstairs. Outside, frightened townspeople had gathered in the square. Nathaniel followed their gaze. Standing silently between the houses were dozens of unfamiliar people. Men, women, children, all dressed in clothing from different decades. Some wore fashions Nathaniel recognized. Others wore garments unlike anything from the 19th century. A young man in strange blue trousers. An elderly woman carrying an object that glowed in her hand. A child wearing clothes stitched from unfamiliar fabrics. None spoke. None moved. They simply looked around Ashmore with expressions of quiet wonder. Then one little boy looked directly at Nathaniel, smiled, and asked the question that made every resident's blood run cold. "Excuse me. What year is this?" No one answered the little boy. The question drifted through the frozen square and disappeared into the morning air. "What year is this?" The child could not have been older than 10. His clothes looked unlike anything Nathaniel had ever seen. His coat was made of a smooth blue fabric without visible stitching, and the strange shoes on his feet reflected sunlight like polished glass. A small object hung from his wrist, its dark surface flickering with pale light before suddenly going black. He looked around, confused. I was at school." His voice trembled. "There was fog." He pointed toward the lake. "Then everyone disappeared." Behind him stood nearly 40 strangers. Some looked frightened. Others looked simply exhausted. An elderly man leaned heavily on a carved walking stick unlike any Nathaniel had seen. A young woman held an infant wrapped in silver-gray blankets. A middle-aged man wore a dark uniform with unfamiliar insignia stitched across the shoulders. A teenage girl slowly turned in a circle, studying the log cabins with disbelief. "They're real," she whispered. "So the stories were true." Nathaniel exchanged a glance with Elias. "The stories?" The girl nodded. "My grandmother used to tell us about a town that disappeared before history could remember it." She stopped speaking as she finally noticed everyone's clothing. Her expression changed. "No." She looked at Nathaniel. "What year is this?" Nathaniel answered quietly. 1887. The girl's face lost all color. She took one slow step backward. That's impossible. Within an hour, every visitor had been gathered inside the church. The townspeople offered blankets, hot soup, and warm fires. Fear had not erased kindness. Nathaniel sat near the front with Elias, Reverend Mercer, and the mayor. One by one, the newcomers told their stories. None of them had intended to come to Ashmore. A fisherman spoke first. I was sailing on a lake. What lake? Nathaniel asked. I don't know. It wasn't frozen. There was a strange mist. I rode through it. And suddenly I struck ice. He lowered his head. When I climbed ashore, I was here. A woman followed. I was driving. Nathaniel frowned. Driving what? She hesitated. You wouldn't understand. I entered a mountain tunnel. The lights flickered. When I came out, the road was gone. Another visitor had been hiking. Another had entered an abandoned railway station. Another had simply opened the wrong door inside an old library. Different lives. Different centuries. The same destination. Ashmore. Nathaniel wrote everything carefully. He soon noticed something remarkable. None of the visitors came from the past. Every single one came from the future. Some by decades. Others by centuries. The oldest among them, a white-haired woman with remarkably clear blue eyes, quietly claimed she had been born more than 300 years after Nathaniel. No one laughed. After everything Ashmore had witnessed, such claims no longer sounded impossible. Late that afternoon, Nathaniel sat beside the elderly woman. She watched snow falling through the church window with quiet fascination. You've never seen snow? Nathaniel asked. She smiled. I've seen pictures. Pictures? She nodded. Real winters disappeared where I lived. Nathaniel stared. Disappeared? The climate changed long before I was born. He didn't fully understand her words. Yet the sadness in her voice needed no explanation. She looked toward the old church bell. I've waited my whole life to see this place. Nathaniel frowned. You knew Ashmore existed? She nodded slowly. Not officially. What do you mean? In my time. She smiled faintly. Ashmore is considered a myth. She reached inside her coat. Instead of paper, she produced a thin, transparent sheet. It shimmered like glass. Words glowed faintly beneath its surface. Nathaniel carefully accepted it. What is this? A history archive. He turned it over. The surface remained perfectly smooth. Then, letters appeared. Not written. Growing. Slowly arranging themselves into sentences. Nathaniel read aloud. The Lost Valley Event. Classification: Unresolved historical anomaly. Estimated date: Winter 1887. Official position: No conclusive evidence. Public tradition: Fiction. Restricted records sealed. Nathaniel's breathing slowed. Further down appeared another line. Primary individual: Nathaniel Crow. Status: unknown. Presumed missing. He looked up sharply. How do they know my name? The old woman answered gently. Because history remembers you. Nathaniel frowned. I disappear? She hesitated. We don't know. What do you mean? You become. She searched for the right word. Unfinished. Before Nathaniel could ask more, the transparent sheet suddenly darkened. The glowing words vanished. Across its surface appeared a single warning. Archive corrupted. Then it crumbled into fine white dust. The old woman wasn't surprised. It never lasts long here. That evening, strange things began happening throughout Ashmore. The visitors occasionally recognized buildings that had not yet been built. A young engineer walked confidently to the eastern edge of town. He stopped beside an empty field. There should be a bridge here. Nathaniel looked around. There isn't. The engineer smiled uncertainly. There will be. Elsewhere, a little girl became frightened by a large oak tree. My school stood here. She pointed at the massive trunk. Nathaniel quietly replied, This tree is older than the town. The child shook her head. No. It gets cut down. Reality itself seemed uncertain. Past, present, future, all quietly overlapping. Just after sunset, Reverend Mercer gathered everyone inside the church. We cannot keep them here. Nathaniel looked up. Why not? The valley was never meant to hold so many years at once. What happens if it does? No one answered immediately. Finally Elias spoke. The boundaries begin dissolving. Nathaniel frowned. And then? Elias looked toward the windows. History forgets which version of itself is true. Almost as if summoned by those words. The church walls trembled. A deep rumble echoed beneath the floor. Not violent. Steady. Ancient. Nathaniel rushed outside. The entire town followed. The frozen lake had begun glowing once more. Only this time. The light was not beneath the ice. It rose above it. Thousands of tiny golden lights drifted into the night sky. Like lanterns carried upward by invisible hands. The visitors gasped. Several began crying. The elderly woman whispered, I remember this. Nathaniel turned. You've seen it before? No. She looked upward. I've read about it. What is it? Her voice trembled. The night of returning. The lights continued rising, one after another, until the sky above Ashmore resembled another galaxy. Then something emerged from the center of the lake. At first Nathaniel thought it was mist. Then he realized it was stone. An enormous structure slowly pushed upward through solid ice. Without breaking it. Without disturbing the water. As though the lake willingly made room. Tower after tower appeared. Dark granite. Ancient arches. Tall windows glowing with warm amber light. Within minutes, an entire cathedral stood where only frozen water had existed moments earlier. Its architecture belonged to no nation Nathaniel recognized. It looked older than memory itself, yet untouched by time. The great bronze doors slowly opened. Warm golden light spilled across the frozen lake. And from within, a choir began singing. Not in English. Not in Latin. Not in any language anyone present could identify. Yet every listener somehow understood the meaning. It was not a song. It was an invitation. Elias closed his eyes. His face filled with sorrow. It has awakened. Nathaniel whispered. What is it? The old keeper answered almost inaudibly. The first tomorrow. Then, a single figure stepped through the cathedral doors. Unlike the collectors, this being wore white instead of black. Unlike Elias, he showed no sign of age. Unlike any ordinary person, his face kept changing. Every few seconds it became someone else. An old woman. A young soldier. A child. A mother. A stranger. Nathaniel. Elias. Then another unfamiliar face. The figure walked calmly across the frozen lake. Each step caused a year to flash beneath the ice. 1806. 1818. 1849. 1887. Then numbers Nathaniel had never imagined. 1945. 2029. 2186. 3011. The years appeared and vanished beneath every footstep. When the figure finally reached the shore, it looked directly at Nathaniel, then smiled. Not warmly, not cruelly, knowingly, and spoke the words no keeper had ever hoped to hear. The door has waited long enough. The figure dressed in white stood at the edge of the frozen lake. No one moved. No one even dared whisper. The cathedral behind the stranger continued glowing softly, its impossible towers reflected across the untouched ice. The choir's voices drifted through the valley not louder than before, yet somehow reaching every corner of Ashmore. Nathaniel looked around. The townspeople had fallen to one knee. Not in worship. In remembrance. Even Elias lowered his head. Only Nathaniel remained standing. The white-clad stranger studied him with quiet curiosity. Its face shifted again. For one heartbeat it resembled Reverend Mercer. Then the mayor. Then the little boy from the future. Then Nathaniel's own father. Nathaniel's breath caught. His father had died years ago. Yet the expression was perfect. The gentle smile. The tired eyes. The scar beneath his chin. Every detail. The stranger spoke using his father's voice. Nathaniel. The sound nearly broke him. He took one involuntary step forward. Elias immediately grasped his arm. Do not follow familiar faces. Nathaniel blinked. The stranger's appearance changed once more. Now it resembled the little girl he had seen behind the chained door. The child smiled. You promised we'd come home. Nathaniel felt a sharp pain inside his chest. I never met you. The girl tilted her head. Not yet. The white figure continued walking. Its boots left no footprints. Instead, wherever it stepped, tiny wildflowers bloomed through the snow before fading back into winter. When it reached the first empty chair outside a cottage, it paused. It gently touched the chair with one finger. The wood instantly aged. Fresh timber became weathered. Weathered wood crumbled into dust. The dust became rich soil. Then the chair vanished completely, as though it had never existed. The stranger looked toward the watching townspeople. Your promises weaken. No one answered. You have hidden the door for 81 winters. Silence. You have borrowed enough time. Nathaniel finally found his voice. Who are you? The stranger smiled. I have been called many names. What is your real name? I no longer remember. Then what should I call you? The figure looked toward the impossible cathedral. In your language, Keeper of the First Tomorrow will suffice. Nathaniel frowned. You aren't the keeper? The stranger shook its head. I kept it. A pause. Long before your species learned to measure years. A cold wind swept across the valley. For the first time, the choir inside the cathedral fell silent. The stranger turned toward Elias. You've carried the burden well. The old keeper bowed his head slightly. I carried only what was left. You carried more than most. Nathaniel had never heard such respect in Elias's voice. You know him. I know what remains of him. The stranger nodded gently. As do I. Nathaniel stepped closer. You told me the door leads to tomorrow. The stranger looked at him. No. Nathaniel blinked. What? It leads to every tomorrow. What's the difference? The figure slowly raised one hand toward the mountains. Imagine a single river. Nathaniel nodded. Now imagine every drop choosing a different path. The stranger's hand swept across the valley. That is what lies beyond the door. Every future? Every possible future. Nathaniel felt his heart race. Then why seal it? The stranger answered immediately. Because humanity was not ready to see itself. The words echoed through Nathaniel's mind. He looked toward Elias. You knew? The old keeper nodded. Pieces of it. You never told me. I hoped you would never need to know. The stranger walked slowly toward the church. The people of Ashmore silently parted to let it pass. No door was opened. No invitation offered. Yet nothing seemed capable of stopping its approach. As it climbed the church steps, the old cedar wood briefly transformed. For one heartbeat the building became something far older. A temple. Then a stone fortress. Then a modern building of steel and glass. Then once again, a simple frontier church. Nathaniel rubbed his eyes. The vision vanished. Inside the archive beneath the church, the chain door awaited. Only 2 locks remained. The 6th and the 7th. The stranger stood before them. It did not attempt to touch the chains. Instead, it looked toward Nathaniel. "You've spoken with the man behind the door." Nathaniel nodded. "Yes." "You've met the surveyor in the circle." "Yes." "You've seen the child who calls you father." Nathaniel hesitated. "Yes." The stranger smiled almost sadly. "They are all true." Nathaniel's voice hardened. "They can't all be true." "They are." "How?" "Because none of them happened." Nathaniel stared. "And all of them happened." The room fell silent. Finally, Reverend Mercer spoke. "What must be done?" The stranger looked toward the final 2 locks. "The 7th keeper must choose." Nathaniel frowned. "I don't even have the 7th key." The stranger slowly turned toward him. "No. You are the 7th key." The words struck the room like thunder. Nathaniel instinctively stepped backward. "No." Elias closed his eyes. "I feared this." Nathaniel looked at him. "You knew?" "I suspected." "You let me come here?" "I tried to stop the survey." "You sent the warning letters?" Elias nodded. "The railroad office never received them." Nathaniel remembered the station master's first question. Asterisk. "You came because of the letters?" Asterisk. The warning had existed. It had simply never reached him. Nathaniel looked back at the chain door. "What happens if I refuse?" The stranger answered calmly. "The door remains closed." Nathaniel sighed with relief. Then the stranger continued. "For a while." "How long?" "No one knows." "And if I accept?" The stranger did not answer immediately. Instead, it looked at Elias. The old keeper slowly removed his coat. For the first time, Nathaniel truly saw him. Tiny cracks covered Elias's skin. Not wounds. Fractures. Golden light shone faintly through them, like sunlight escaping through broken porcelain. Nathaniel stared in disbelief. Elias was breaking apart. The old keeper smiled gently. "I've lasted longer than anyone expected. What's happening to you?" "I'm being remembered." Nathaniel frowned. "I don't understand." "No keeper lives forever." Elias looked toward the door. "We slowly become part of what we guard." Nathaniel whispered. "So you'll die?" Elias smiled. "No. I'll become a story." Without warning, the entire archive shook violently. The remaining chains rattled. The 6th lock began turning on its own. Slowly. Metal grinding against metal. Nathaniel watched in horror. "I didn't touch it." "You didn't have to," whispered the stranger. "The choice has already begun." The 6th chain crashed onto the stone floor. Only 1 lock remained. The 7th. No keyhole was visible. Only a perfectly smooth circle in the center of the ancient iron door. Nathaniel stepped closer. Something inside him stirred. An instinct. A memory. Without understanding why, he slowly raised his right hand. The circular mark on the door began glowing. The brass compass in his pocket grew warm. So warm it almost burned through the fabric of his coat. He removed it. The compass lid sprang open by itself. The needle spun wildly. Then stopped. Not pointing north. Not pointing toward the door. It pointed directly. At Nathaniel's heart. A deep voice echoed from behind the ancient iron. Not the older Nathaniel. Not Elias. Something older than both. Older than Ashmore. Older than history. It spoke only 7 words. "Maps do not find places." A pause. Then. "They find the people meant to open them." The glowing circle on the door expanded. The stone floor beneath Nathaniel's feet began forming lines. Roads. Rivers. Mountains. An entire map slowly spread across the archive floor. At its exact center, where the door stood, one place remained blank. The blank space waited, as though expecting someone to draw the final line. Nathaniel looked down. Without realizing it, a surveyor's pencil had appeared in his hand, freshly sharpened, ready to finish the map. And from somewhere beyond the door, a little girl's familiar voice whispered one final sentence. "Please hurry. We've been waiting for you for generations." Nathaniel looked down at the surveyor's pencil in his trembling hand. He had not picked it up. No one had handed it to him. Yet there it was. The cedar wood smelled freshly carved. The graphite point had never touched paper. Around him, every person in the stone archive remained perfectly still. Elias, Reverend Mercer, the mayor, the visitors from unwritten years, even the mysterious keeper of the first tomorrow. None of them moved. It was as though the entire room had become a painting. Only Nathaniel could still breathe. Only Nathaniel could still move. The glowing map beneath his boots slowly spread farther across the ancient floor. Rivers appeared first, then mountain ridges, then forests. Each line drew itself with impossible precision. But one place remained empty. The valley. Ashmore itself. A single blank space where no ink would settle. The keeper of the first tomorrow finally spoke. "The map refuses to lie." Nathaniel looked up. "What does that mean?" "The valley cannot be drawn by memory." "Why not?" "Because no one alive remembers its beginning." The white-clad keeper slowly raised one hand. The room disappeared. Not vanished. Changed. The stone walls dissolved into mist. The church. The town. The lake. Everything faded away. Nathaniel found himself standing beneath an endless night sky. No stars. No moon. No sun. Only darkness stretching forever. Then, one small light appeared. Far away. It drifted closer. Nathaniel realized it was not a star. It was a lantern. Someone carried it across an empty plain. As the figure approached, Nathaniel saw that it was neither man nor woman. Neither young nor old. Its face constantly shifted, never settling into one identity. When it reached the center of the darkness, it placed the lantern upon the ground. Instantly, the first sunrise exploded across the horizon. Mountains rose from the earth. Rivers carved themselves through stone. Forests burst into existence. Birds filled the air. Rain fell. Grass spread across empty land. Nathaniel watched millions of years unfold in only a few breaths. Continents shifted. Oceans formed. Ice ages came and went. The world grew older before his eyes. Then humanity appeared. Tiny settlements. Campfires. Villages. Kingdoms. Empires. Everything raced forward. Until one winter, a small valley emerged where none had existed before. Nathaniel frowned. The valley wasn't formed by nature. It unfolded, like a page being opened inside a book. He whispered. "It was created." The keeper beside him nodded. "Yes." "By whom?" The answer came quietly. "By those who feared certainty." The vision changed again. Nathaniel now overlooked a gathering of 7 people standing inside the newborn valley. None wore clothing belonging to any known civilization. Each carried an object. A compass. A bell. A lantern. A book. A key. A bowl of water. And finally, an empty map. The 7 strangers stood in a circle. The eldest among them spoke. Nathaniel could not understand the language. Yet somehow, he understood the meaning. Asterisk. The future has become visible. Asterisk. Another answered. Asterisk. Then humanity will stop choosing. Asterisk. A third spoke. If every tomorrow can be seen. Asterisk. Hope will become obedience. Asterisk. The eldest nodded. Asterisk. Then tomorrow must be hidden. Asterisk. They placed their hands together. The valley trembled. The sky darkened. The rivers reversed for a single heartbeat. Every possible future folded inward. Not destroyed. Hidden. Buried beneath one place. The valley. Nathaniel watched in stunned silence. The keeper spoke again. That was the first covenant. The door? Yes. They sealed every future? They sealed humanity's ability to see them all at once. Nathaniel slowly understood. If people knew every outcome, they would stop making real choices. The keeper smiled for the first time. Now you understand why hope matters. The vision continued. Centuries passed. Kingdoms rose and fell beyond the mountains. Wars came and went. Yet the valley remained untouched. Hidden. Forgotten. Until winter, 1806. Nathaniel recognized the 7 exhausted explorers climbing over the northern ridge. One of them laughed. Another shouted that they had found a perfect place for a settlement. The keeper sighed. They were never supposed to find it. Nathaniel watched as the expedition entered the valley. One explorer noticed the strange silence. Another found the frozen lake. A third uncovered a smooth stone buried beneath the snow. He brushed away the ice. Beneath it appeared an ancient symbol. A circle swallowing its own tail. The same symbol carved into the 6th key. The explorer called for the others. They dug deeper. Hours later, they uncovered the top of a buried staircase. Nathaniel whispered, "The church." "No. The place beneath it." The settlers unknowingly built the church directly above the ancient entrance. Not to hide it. To protect themselves from it. They believed they had chosen the hill because it overlooked the lake. In truth, the valley had quietly guided them there. The vision shifted once more. Nathaniel saw decades passing over Ashmore like drifting clouds. Children growing old. Houses being built. Families gathering around winter fires. Then, he saw Elias. Young. No older than Nathaniel. He recognized him immediately. The same face from the museum dream. The same eyes. The same determined expression. Young Elias descended into the archive beneath the church. The door stood before him. Only one chain remained. Nathaniel's heart pounded. This already happened. The keeper nodded. Watch. Young Elias placed his hand against the smooth circle. Golden light flooded the chamber. The door slowly opened. Only a crack. Warm sunlight poured through. Nathaniel leaned forward, desperate to see what lay beyond. He saw nothing. No landscape. No city. No stars. Only endless white light. Then voices. Millions of voices. Every human laugh. Every goodbye. Every lullaby. Every promise. Every prayer. Every story. Every choice that had ever been made. And every choice that never would be. Young Elias fell to his knees. Tears streamed down his face. The door closed again. Nathaniel looked at the keeper. What did he see? The answer came softly. Everything. The vision faded. The stone archive slowly returned around them. Nathaniel found himself once again standing before the ancient door. The glowing map still covered the floor. The pencil remained in his hand. But now, he understood something that terrified him. Elias never became old because of time. The old keeper looked at him. Nathaniel continued. He became old because he remembered too much. Elias smiled sadly. You learn quickly. The keeper of the first tomorrow nodded in approval. Every keeper carries memories that belong to countless unlived lives. Nathaniel looked at Elias with new eyes. No wonder he seemed exhausted. No wonder he answered questions before they were asked. No wonder he sometimes spoke as though recalling conversations that had not yet happened. He wasn't predicting the future. He remembered versions of it. A deep rumble echoed through the archive. The final lock began glowing. Not opening. Waiting. The keeper stepped aside. It is almost time. Nathaniel looked down at the unfinished map. For the first time, new lines appeared by themselves. Not rivers. Not roads. Words. 7 names slowly formed around the edge of the valley. 6 were already complete. The 7th remained blank. Then, one letter at a time, the blank space began filling itself. N. A. T. Nathaniel stared as his own name slowly wrote itself onto the map. Before the final letter could appear, a violent crash shook the entire church. Dust rained from the ceiling. People screamed above them. The mayor rushed down the stairs, pale with terror. "They're here!" Elias turned sharply. "The collectors?" The mayor shook his head. His voice trembled. "Worse. What could be worse?" The mayor swallowed hard. "They've brought..." He struggled to finish the sentence. "Someone who claims to be the 8th keeper." Silence consumed the room. Elias's face, calm for so many years, changed completely. For the first time, the old keeper looked afraid. He whispered only 4 words. "That should be impossible." No one spoke. The mayor's words seemed to linger in the cold air beneath the church. "They've brought someone who claims to be the 8th keeper." Nathaniel looked from the mayor to Elias. The old keeper had not moved. His face had become unnaturally pale. Not with fear alone. With recognition. The keeper of the first tomorrow slowly closed his eyes. "So," he whispered, "it has finally happened." Nathaniel frowned. "You know who it is?" The white-clad figure answered without looking at him. "I know what it means." "And what does it mean?" "It means someone has escaped a future that should never have existed." Another heavy impact echoed through the church. The stained glass windows rattled. Somewhere above, frightened horses screamed. Nathaniel hurried up the narrow staircase. The others followed. When they emerged into the sanctuary, every person in Ashmore had already gathered outside. The church doors stood wide open. Snow drifted silently across the empty square. The collectors had returned. But they did not stand alone. They had formed 2 perfectly straight rows stretching from the edge of the forest to the church steps. Like silent guards. Every collector faced inward, toward a single figure walking slowly between them. The stranger wore an ordinary dark overcoat. No hat. No lantern. No weapon. At first glance, he appeared completely human. Perhaps 50 years old. His dark hair had begun turning silver around the temples. A neatly trimmed beard framed a calm, thoughtful face. He carried an old leather satchel over one shoulder. Nothing about him seemed extraordinary. Except the snow beneath his feet. Each footprint remained visible for only a second before quietly fading away. As though the world refused to remember where he had walked. Nathaniel felt an inexplicable familiarity. Not recognition. Something deeper. Like hearing a melody remembered from childhood. The stranger stopped several yards from the church. His eyes settled on Elias. For a long moment neither man spoke. Finally, the newcomer smiled. "It has been longer than I expected," Elias answered softly. "For me. Or for you?" The stranger considered the question. "I no longer know." Nathaniel stepped forward. "Who are you?" The stranger looked at him. His expression softened. "So this is the winter." Nathaniel frowned. What winter? The one that decides everything. Answer my question. The man inclined his head politely. My name has changed many times. Nathaniel waited. In your century. I was called Jonathan Hale. The name meant nothing to anyone present. Except Elias. The old keeper closed his eyes. You actually came back. Jonathan nodded. I said I would. No. Elias shook his head. I watched you disappear. You watched one version of me disappear. Silence. Nathaniel looked between them. You know each other. Elias laughed quietly. There was no joy in it. He was my apprentice. Nathaniel blinked. I thought there were only 7 keepers. There were. Jonathan smiled faintly. And then there weren't. The keeper of the first tomorrow stepped forward. Jonathan. The newcomer bowed respectfully. I wondered if you would still be here. I wondered if you would. Jonathan looked toward the impossible cathedral glowing across the frozen lake. It seems neither of us got our wish. Nathaniel's patience finally broke. Will someone explain what is happening? Jonathan looked at him carefully. You deserve the truth. He removed the leather satchel from his shoulder. From inside he withdrew several rolled maps. They were old. Much older than his satchel. He spread them across the church steps. Nathaniel immediately recognized them. Government surveys. Railroad maps. Military charts. Every one depicted the same region. The valley. Ashmore. But something was terribly wrong. Each map showed a different version of reality. On one, Ashmore had become a thriving city. On another, the valley remained empty wilderness. A third showed an enormous university surrounding the lake. A fourth displayed nothing but ruins. A fifth contained no valley at all. Only unbroken mountains. Jonathan pointed at the collection. These are all genuine. Nathaniel stared. They can't be. They are. Only one can be correct. Jonathan slowly shook his head. That's where you're mistaken. He pointed to the first map. This future happened. Then another. So did this. Another. And this. Nathaniel looked confused. They contradict each other. Yes. So which one is history? Jonathan smiled sadly. All of them. Snow continued falling. Not a single collector moved. They listened in absolute silence. Jonathan folded his hands behind his back. When the first covenant buried tomorrow, it did not destroy the futures. It separated them. Nathaniel listened carefully. They became branches. Like a tree? Jonathan nodded. A living tree. And the valley? The valley became the root. Nathaniel slowly began understanding. So every possible future still exists? Yes. But separated? Yes. Then why are they colliding now? Jonathan looked directly at him. Because someone opened the door farther than Elias ever did. Nathaniel turned sharply toward Elias. The old keeper shook his head. Not me. Jonathan nodded. I know. Then who? Jonathan became very quiet. Finally, he answered. You. The square fell silent. Nathaniel almost laughed. That's impossible. Jonathan sighed. I've had this conversation before. I've never opened the door. In this lifetime. Jonathan emphasized the final words. You haven't. Nathaniel's pulse quickened. Jonathan reached back into his satchel. This time, he removed a photograph. A real photograph. Nathaniel had seen photographs before. But this one depicted something impossible. The image showed the stone archive beneath the church. The ancient door stood wide open. Brilliant white light poured through it. Standing before the threshold was Nathaniel. Older. Gray-haired. One hand rested against the door. The other held the 7th key. Behind him stood Elias, much younger than he was now. The photograph was unmistakably authentic. Nathaniel whispered, "When was this taken?" Jonathan answered quietly, "In a future that no longer exists." He handed the photograph to Elias. The old keeper stared at it for a long time. His hands trembled. "I remember this." Jonathan nodded. "I know. You survived. Barely. You shouldn't exist." "I don't." Nathaniel frowned. "What does that mean?" Jonathan smiled sadly. "I'm living on borrowed history." A cold breeze swept through the square. The cathedral choir across the lake began singing again. Only now, the melody sounded different, more urgent. Jonathan looked toward the glowing cathedral. "We're running out of time." Nathaniel folded his arms. "What do you want from me?" Jonathan met his eyes. "I want you to make a different choice." "What choice?" "The one you already made." Nathaniel shook his head. "That doesn't make sense." "It will." Jonathan pointed toward the church. "The door doesn't show the future." Nathaniel frowned. "What?" "It shows the chooser." Silence. "The future changes because of who opens it." Nathaniel's mind raced. "So all those visions?" Jonathan nodded. "They weren't predictions. They were possibilities created by different versions of you." For several long moments, Nathaniel could not speak. Every impossible event, every older version of himself, every journal, every warning, they all suddenly fit together. Not because time was repeating, because different choices had left echoes. Jonathan slowly stepped closer. "I became what people now call the eighth keeper, because I refused to let one choice erase all the others." He looked toward the collectors. "They followed me." Nathaniel noticed something he hadn't before. The collectors weren't guarding Jonathan. They were following him, as though he had become their destination instead of their prisoner. Jonathan smiled sadly. "They don't collect futures anymore," Nathaniel whispered. "What do they collect?" Jonathan answered with quiet certainty. "People who have lived too many of them." At that exact moment, the ground beneath the church trembled. A loud metallic sound echoed from the archive below. The final lock had begun turning by itself. No key, no hand, no keeper. Just a slow, relentless click, click, click. Jonathan looked toward the church floor, then back at Nathaniel. His calm expression disappeared for the first time. "We're too late." Deep beneath Ashmore, the ancient door slowly began opening on its own. The sound came first. Not the grinding of ancient iron, not the snapping of chains. Something far quieter. A single, slow inhale, as though the valley itself had drawn its first breath in thousands of years. Everyone heard it. The townspeople, the visitors from forgotten centuries, the collectors standing motionless in the snow. Even the choir inside the impossible cathedral fell silent. Nathaniel felt the air change around him. The winter cold remained, yet beneath it flowed another season. The scent of fresh rain, summer grass, autumn leaves, spring blossoms. All four seasons existed together for a single impossible moment. Jonathan Hale whispered, "It's awake." Then the church bell rang. Not beneath the lake. Not inside the tower. Every bell, every church bell Nathaniel had ever heard throughout his life seemed to ring at once. The sound did not hurt his ears. It hurt his memory. He suddenly remembered birthdays that had never happened. Friends he had never met. Journeys he had never taken. A quiet farmhouse where he grew old beside a woman whose face he couldn't quite see. A son teaching his own child how to fish. A daughter laughing beneath apple trees. Another life. Perfectly ordinary. Perfectly impossible. Tears filled Nathaniel's eyes before he understood why. Jonathan watched him carefully. It has started. What has? The door no longer waits for people. It remembers them. Without another word, Jonathan hurried toward the church. Nathaniel followed. Behind them came Elias, Reverend Mercer, the mayor, and several of the oldest townspeople. No one else. The collectors remained outside, watching, waiting. As the group descended the narrow stone staircase, the humming from beneath the archive grew louder. The candles had gone out. Yet the chamber glowed brighter than daylight. Golden light poured through the narrow opening between the ancient iron doors. The final lock had disappeared. Not broken. Gone. As though it had never existed. The heavy chains lay coiled across the stone floor like sleeping serpents. Nathaniel approached slowly. The opening between the doors was barely wide enough for a hand. Yet endless light escaped through the gap. Jonathan stopped him. Don't look inside. Nathaniel frowned. Why? Because everyone sees something different, Elias added quietly. And no one ever forgets. Nathaniel looked away from the light. Instead, he studied the ancient doorway itself. For the first time, he noticed the carvings covering its surface. Thousands of tiny figures, each no larger than a fingernail. Families, travelers, children, soldiers, artists, farmers, kings, beggars. Every human life imaginable had been carved into the black stone. None repeated. Each was unique. Between them wound countless tiny roads. Every road eventually reached the center. The door. Jonathan noticed Nathaniel staring. Do you understand now? Nathaniel slowly nodded. The door isn't guarding tomorrow. No. It's guarding choice. Jonathan smiled. Exactly. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the opening. Not reaching. Resting. Its skin looked perfectly human. Neither young nor old. It simply waited. Palm upward. As though asking for something. Nathaniel instinctively stepped backward. No one else moved. Jonathan bowed his head. It is asking. Asking for what? Nathaniel whispered. The seventh keeper. Silence stretched across the chamber. Then, the hand slowly withdrew. A voice followed. Gentle. Calm. Almost impossible to hear. You are afraid. Nathaniel looked toward the opening. The voice wasn't accusing him. It sounded almost compassionate. Yes. His own answer surprised him. The voice continued. Good. Nathaniel frowned. Good? Only those who fear certainty can protect freedom. A sudden crash echoed from above. Dust rained from the ceiling. The mayor looked upward. The town! Everyone rushed back outside. The sight waiting for them stole every remaining word. Ashmore was changing. Not collapsing. Changing. One side of the main street still looked exactly as it had that morning. Wooden cabins. Horse wagons. Snow-covered roofs. The other side belonged to another century. Brick buildings. Iron street lamps. Paved roads. Beyond those, Nathaniel saw towering buildings of glass reflecting the winter sky. Farther still, shapes unlike anything he could describe. Impossible architecture stretching into clouds. The entire valley had become a mosaic of different futures. Every few seconds, buildings quietly shifted. A school became a library. The library became a hospital. The hospital disappeared beneath an ancient forest. Reality no longer knew which version to become. The visitors from the future stared in amazement. One young engineer pointed toward the eastern ridge. My bridge! It stood there. Exactly where he had described it. Seconds later, it vanished. Replaced by untouched wilderness. A little girl laughed with joy. My school! For one heartbeat, a modern stone schoolhouse stood beneath the great oak. Then it dissolved into falling snow. Every dream, every possibility, every forgotten tomorrow flickered across Ashmore like reflections on moving water. Nathaniel noticed something even stranger. People, transparent figures wandered the changing streets. Not ghosts. Possibilities. A blacksmith paused beside another version of himself wearing a business suit. A frontier doctor smiled at an older woman dressed in clothing from centuries ahead. Children chased alternate versions of themselves. None could touch. None could speak. They simply passed through one another with expressions of quiet curiosity. Jonathan whispered, "The branches are crossing." Elias suddenly staggered. Nathaniel caught him before he fell. The old keeper's skin had become almost entirely translucent. Golden light shone through his hands. His heartbeat could actually be seen beneath his chest. "Elias!" The old man smiled weakly. "I'm running out of borrowed memories." Nathaniel knelt beside him. "There has to be a way." "There is." "What?" "You." Nathaniel shook his head. "I don't know what to do." Elias gently reached into his coat. From an inner pocket, he removed one final object. Not a key. Not a journal. A folded letter. The paper had yellowed with age. Across the front, written in Nathaniel's own handwriting, were 5 simple words. "Open only after remembering everything." Nathaniel stared. "I never wrote this." Elias smiled. "You will." He placed the letter into Nathaniel's hand. "Don't open it yet." "When?" "You'll know." Before Nathaniel could ask another question, a deafening roar rolled across the valley. Everyone looked toward the impossible cathedral. Its great bronze doors were opening wider. Not by inches. Completely. Beyond them, the endless white light had changed. It now revealed something hidden within. Not a city. Not another world. A library. Endless shelves stretching farther than sight. Books. Millions of them. Every volume identical except for the names written upon their spines. Nathaniel stepped closer to the lake. He narrowed his eyes. One shelf stood nearest the entrance. Upon it rested a single leather-bound book. The title slowly became clear. Nathaniel Crow. Below it, another. Elias Crow. Then another. Jonathan Hale. Shelf after shelf continued into infinity. Every human life. Every possible version. Written. Remembered. Waiting. Jonathan's voice became almost a whisper. "The archive." Nathaniel looked at him. "What archive?" Jonathan never took his eyes from the impossible library. "The one that remembers every story humanity never lived." The white-clad keeper of the first tomorrow slowly lowered his head. "For thousands of years," he said, "we believed we were protecting the door." A long silence followed. Then he spoke the sentence that changed everything Nathaniel thought he understood. "We were wrong." Nathaniel's heart pounded. "What do you mean?" The keeper turned toward him. His face changed once again. This time, it settled into one form. The face of an old librarian Nathaniel had never met. Calm. Patient. Ancient. Then he answered. "We were never guarding the door." He looked toward the infinite library beyond it. "We were guarding." A pause. "The readers." For a long moment, no one spoke. The words echoed through the valley more powerfully than the church bells ever had. "We were never guarding the door. We were guarding the readers." Nathaniel looked from the endless library beyond the door to the keeper of the first tomorrow. "I don't understand." The ancient keeper smiled with the patient sadness of someone who had answered the same question countless times. "I know." He stepped toward the opening. The white light around him softened. It took me nearly 500 years. And even then I understood only part of it. Nathaniel stared into the impossible library. There was no ceiling. No visible walls. The shelves simply continued forever. Some books looked ancient, bound in cracked leather. Others shimmered with materials Nathaniel could not name. A few had no titles at all. Some glowed softly. Others appeared unfinished, as though invisible hands were still writing them. Most disturbing of all, the books were breathing. Not opening. Not moving. Breathing. Every cover expanded ever so slightly before settling again. Like sleeping hearts. Nathaniel whispered, "They're alive." Jonathan nodded. In a way. One book suddenly slid from a nearby shelf. It floated gently through the air. No hand touched it. It stopped before Nathaniel. The cover bore no title. Only a date. December 18th, 1887. Nathaniel frowned. "That day hasn't happened." "No," Jonathan replied. "It hasn't." The book slowly opened by itself. Its pages were blank. Every one of them. Nathaniel looked confused. "There's nothing written," the keeper answered. "There isn't." "Why?" "Because you haven't chosen it yet." Another volume drifted from a distant shelf. This one was heavy. Dark green leather. Its spine carried a single name. Elias Crow. Nathaniel looked toward the old keeper. "May I?" Elias hesitated. Then nodded. "If you're willing." Nathaniel carefully opened the first page. The writing was elegant. Calm. Steady. "I have forgotten my mother's laughter today. I know she laughed. I know she loved music. I know she sang while baking bread. But I can no longer remember the sound." The valley accepted that memory in exchange for another future. I pray the bargain was worthwhile. Nathaniel slowly turned another page. Today I remembered a grandson I never had. His name was Thomas. He loved carving birds from cedar wood. I watched him become an old man. Then I remembered. He never existed. Nathaniel gently closed the book. His hands trembled. "Elias." The old keeper looked away. "I told you." "What?" "The keepers don't sacrifice years." He smiled faintly. "We sacrifice certainty." Jonathan reached toward another shelf. He removed a remarkably thin volume. Its cover looked almost transparent. Across the spine appeared only one word. Ashmore. He placed it carefully into Nathaniel's hands. "It belongs to everyone." Nathaniel opened it. Instead of words, the pages contained maps. Hundreds. Thousands. Each depicted the valley differently. One showed Ashmore as a bustling industrial city. Another showed vineyards covering the hills. Another revealed a great university surrounding the lake. Another depicted nothing but endless forest. Each map occupied only a single page. At the bottom of every one appeared the same note. Possible. Nathaniel turned page after page. Every future. Every choice. Every branch. None labeled as true. None labeled false. Only possible. The keeper watched him quietly. "History tells people there was only one road." Nathaniel nodded. "It comforts them. But that's a lie." The keeper gently touched one of the pages. "Every life begins surrounded by countless roads." He smiled. "Most simply remain unwalked." Behind them, the town continued changing. Buildings appeared and disappeared. Snow briefly melted into spring rain before freezing once more. Children laughed in languages no one recognized. The visitors from the future stared silently as fragments of their own centuries flickered around them. A train crossed the valley. Moments later, it became a line of horses. Then an empty path. Then a broad highway. Then nothing at all. Reality itself had become uncertain. Suddenly, One shelf inside the infinite library collapsed. The sound echoed like thunder. Books spilled into the white light. The keeper of the first tomorrow closed his eyes. It has begun. Jonathan looked alarmed. No. What happened? Nathaniel asked. Jonathan pointed toward the fallen shelf. Someone is reading. Nathaniel frowned. Reading what? A life that doesn't belong to them. The keeper spoke gravely. That is the only law. Nathaniel looked confused. There are laws here? Only one. What is it? The keeper met his eyes. No one may read another person's unwritten life. Silence. Nathaniel slowly understood. What happens if they do? The keeper's expression grew heavy. They stop living their own. A cold gust swept from the door. Not winter. Something older. The white light dimmed for the first time. Far inside the endless library. Footsteps echoed. Slow. Measured. Not one pair. Many. Jonathan's face tightened. They've entered. Nathaniel instinctively reached for his revolver before realizing how useless it would be. Who? Jonathan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked toward the collectors standing silently outside. They're not the oldest guardians. Nathaniel felt a chill crawl up his spine. Then who is? The keeper whispered a name no one else seemed willing to speak. The readers. The footsteps grew louder. Still unseen. Only the sound drifted across the impossible distance. Book after book quietly slid from nearby shelves. None opened. They simply trembled. As though frightened. Nathaniel looked toward the blank book dated December 18th, 1887. A single sentence slowly appeared across its first page. Not written by any visible hand. The ink simply emerged. Someone else has begun writing your ending. Nathaniel's pulse quickened. What does that mean? Jonathan answered immediately. It means exactly what it says. Who? Jonathan slowly turned toward the endless rows of books. I don't know. The keeper did. His ancient face became solemn. I do. Nathaniel looked at him. Who is it? The keeper closed his eyes. When he finally spoke, his voice carried more sorrow than fear. The only person who has ever escaped the library. Silence settled over the valley. Nathaniel whispered, I thought no one ever escaped. The keeper opened his eyes. They don't? A long pause. Except once. The footsteps stopped. Somewhere deep inside the endless shelves. A single book closed. The sound echoed through every corner of Ashmore. Then a calm voice drifted from the white light. So, it said, this is the version where you almost understand. Nathaniel froze. He recognized that voice. It wasn't Jonathan. It wasn't Elias. It wasn't the older surveyor behind the door. It was his own. Only older. Far older. And unlike every version he had met before. This one was laughing. For several long seconds, no one breathed. The voice drifting from the endless library beyond the door belonged to Nathaniel. Not merely someone who sounded like him. It carried the same quiet cadence. The same careful pronunciation. The same slight pause before difficult words. Only one thing had changed. It had lost every trace of uncertainty. It was the voice of a man who had already seen every answer. And had long since stopped asking questions. The endless white light inside the library slowly shifted. Not brighter. Closer. The rows of impossible books silently moved apart, creating a wide passage stretching farther than sight. No footsteps echoed now. Only silence. Then, someone emerged. Nathaniel instinctively expected an older version of himself. Gray hair. Wrinkles. A bent back. Instead, the man looked barely 40. perhaps only a few years older than Nathaniel himself. He wore a long black coat unlike anything from the 19th century. Its fabric seemed woven from shadow and starlight. Across his chest hung no key, no compass, no weapon. Only a fountain pen clipped neatly inside the coat. His face was Nathaniel's. Perfectly. Every scar, every line, every expression. Except the eyes. Those eyes had watched civilizations rise and disappear. They carried a loneliness beyond imagination. The stranger stepped out of the door. The white light behind him remained open. The moment his boots touched the stone floor, every candle inside the archive reignited. Without flame. Only soft golden light. Jonathan Hale closed his eyes. I prayed you would never find this branch. The newcomer smiled gently. I wasn't looking. His voice remained calm. The library simply grew tired of hiding. Nathaniel stared. Who are you? The stranger looked at him, almost affectionately. You already know. No. You do. Nathaniel tightened his grip on the surveyor's pencil. I've met older versions of myself. You have. They all seemed trapped. They were. But you're different. The stranger nodded. Yes. What happened? I finished. The word echoed strangely. Finished. Not died. Not escaped. Finished. Nathaniel frowned. What does that mean? The stranger slowly removed the fountain pen from his coat. Its body appeared carved from black obsidian. Its nib glowed faintly with silver light. I completed my book. Nathaniel looked toward the endless library. The one with your life? Every version. Silence. Jonathan stepped forward. That's impossible. The stranger smiled. So everyone kept telling me. Elias looked at the newcomer with tired eyes. I remember you. The stranger bowed respectfully. I remember you better. You shouldn't. I know. Elias sighed. How many years? The stranger thought for a moment. I stopped counting after my 9th century. Nathaniel blinked. 900 years? The stranger looked toward him. Not years lived. Then what? Years remembered. The words chilled everyone present. The keeper of the first tomorrow spoke quietly. You became a reader. No. The stranger corrected him politely. I became something the library never expected. And what is that? The stranger looked directly into Nathaniel's eyes. A man who refused to accept a single ending. Outside, Ashmore continued transforming. The sky flickered between sunrise, midnight, storm, clear afternoon, snow, autumn sunset. Entire seasons passed across the valley within moments. The visitors from distant futures watched in stunned silence. Some quietly wept. Others simply smiled. Perhaps seeing homes they believed forever lost. Nathaniel finally asked the question that had haunted him since entering the valley. Why me? The stranger answered immediately. Because you draw maps. Nathaniel almost laughed. That cannot be the reason. It is. There were thousands of surveyors. Exactly. The stranger began walking slowly through the archive. His fingertips brushed the ancient stone walls. Tell me, Nathaniel. What does a surveyor really do? Nathaniel answered automatically. We measure land. No. We establish boundaries. No. We. Nathaniel hesitated. The stranger smiled. You tell people where certainty begins. Nathaniel fell silent. The stranger continued. A map says this river exists. This mountain stands here. This road leads there. He turned toward the glowing door. But life has never respected maps. Jonathan quietly folded his arms. You taught the library to rewrite itself. The stranger nodded. It learned. It was never supposed to. It wanted to survive. Jonathan's expression darkened. At what cost? The stranger did not answer. Instead, he walked toward the endless shelves visible beyond the door. One by one, books floated into the air around him. Hundreds. Then thousands. None touched him. They simply orbited slowly like silent planets. Nathaniel recognized names. Elias Crow. Jonathan Hale. Reverend Mercer. The mayor. Every visitor from the future. Even people who had died generations earlier. Then, one final book drifted forward. Blank. Untitled. It stopped directly before Nathaniel. The stranger pointed toward it. Open it! Jonathan immediately shouted. No! The stranger ignored him. Nathaniel hesitated. What is it? The answer came softly. The only version of your life that has never existed. Against every instinct. Nathaniel opened the book. The pages filled instantly with handwriting. His own handwriting. Not slow. Not gradual. Entire chapters appeared in seconds. He read the first page. I refused the seventh key. I left Ashmore before sunrise. The railroad reached the valley 2 years later. Tourists arrived. Hotels replaced forests. The church became a museum. The door became an attraction. People demanded to know tomorrow. Within 1 generation. No child chose a profession. No one married for love. Wars began because history had already announced their winners. Art disappeared. Discovery ended. Hope became unnecessary. Nathaniel's hands trembled. He turned another page. Humanity no longer dreamed. Every life had become an itinerary. Children knew the exact day they would die. Parents knew which child would disappoint them. Inventors stopped inventing. Explorers stopped exploring. Writers copied futures already written. No one asked questions, because every answer already existed. Nathaniel closed the book violently. I don't want to read anymore. The stranger nodded. I know. You wrote this? No. Then who did? You. Nathaniel stepped backward. I never lived that. The stranger smiled sadly. You almost did. Silence returned. Finally, the keeper of the first tomorrow asked, Why show him? The stranger looked toward the ancient being. Because everyone believes ignorance is the opposite of knowledge. He slowly shook his head. They're wrong. What is the opposite? Certainty. Those words settled over the archive like falling snow. Even Jonathan lowered his head. The stranger continued. People survive because tomorrow remains unwritten. He gently closed the blank book. If tomorrow becomes fact, humanity ends without dying. Far inside the library, a loud crack echoed. One shelf collapsed. Then another. Books rained into endless white light. The stranger turned immediately. His calm expression vanished. They're moving faster. Jonathan looked alarmed. The readers? No. Then who? The stranger whispered only one name. The editors. Nathaniel frowned. The editors? The stranger looked toward him. When readers steal stories, editors erase them. A freezing wind burst from the open door. The white light dimmed. For the first time, darkness appeared inside the library. Not ordinary darkness. Moving darkness. Like ink spreading through water. Books nearest the shadow quietly lost their titles. Names faded. Dates vanished. Entire lives became blank volumes. The keeper of the first tomorrow whispered. They've started deleting. Jonathan immediately grabbed Nathaniel's shoulder. We have to close the door. Nathaniel looked toward the stranger. You escaped. The stranger nodded. Once. Can we close it? The smile disappeared from the older Nathaniel's face. We can. Hope returned to everyone's eyes. Then he finished the sentence. But someone has to remain inside. To write the ending from the other side. The chamber fell silent. No one spoke. No one needed to. Because every person standing there understood exactly what that meant. Then, without warning, the folded letter Elias had given Nathaniel earlier began glowing inside his coat. The old keeper stared at it in disbelief. His voice barely rose above a whisper. It remembers. Nathaniel slowly removed the letter. The wax seal, which had been completely blank, now bore a single symbol. A fountain pen crossed with a compass. Below it, 5 new words appeared in shimmering ink. Written by Nathaniel Crow. Not the Nathaniel standing there. The other one. The man who had escaped his own story. The glowing letter rested in Nathaniel's hands. No one spoke. Even the endless library beyond the door seemed quieter now. The floating books had stopped moving. The darkness spreading between the shelves had paused. As though it too was waiting. Nathaniel stared at the seal. A fountain pen crossed over a surveyor's compass. Beneath it shimmered 5 impossible words. Written by Nathaniel Crow. Not written for him. Written by him. Jonathan Hale stepped closer but did not touch the letter. Whatever happens, he said softly, do not assume the writer is wiser than the reader. Nathaniel looked up. You mean I could be wrong? Jonathan gave a tired smile. Every version of you has been. Elias rested one trembling hand against the stone wall. The golden light shining through the cracks in his skin had become brighter. I think, he whispered, it's finally time. Nathaniel looked at him. No, Elias chuckled. You still think this story belongs to old men? It doesn't. It never did. He nodded toward the glowing letter. It belongs to whoever still has tomorrow. Nathaniel carefully broke the wax seal. The paper unfolded by itself. The handwriting was unmistakably his own. Steady. Measured. More confident than his current hand. At the top of the page was a date. December 18th, 1887. 3 days into the future. Below it, only one sentence had been written. If you are reading this too early, stop now. Nathaniel frowned. I already have. The ink shimmered. Then the sentence slowly faded. New words appeared beneath it. Good. You never listened to warnings. That is why hope chose you. Asterisk asterisk. Nathaniel's heartbeat quickened. The letter was responding. Not magically. Almost conversationally. He continued reading. You are searching for the wrong question. Everyone asks how to close the door. No one asks why it opened. Nathaniel looked toward the ancient door. I thought it opened because the final lock disappeared. Jonathan shook his head. Locks never cause doors. The older Nathaniel, the man who had escaped his own story, watched silently. He already knew what came next. More writing flowed across the page. The door never opens because someone unlocks it. It opens when humanity begins believing that certainty is more valuable than possibility. Nathaniel read the words twice. Then a third time. They're talking about more than Ashmore. Jonathan nodded. They always were. The letter continued. Every age invents new ways to predict tomorrow. Kings used prophets. Generals used maps. Merchants used numbers. Scientists used machines. None of these were dangerous. Nathaniel turned the page. The next lines appeared more slowly, as though whoever had written them had paused while writing. The danger begins when prediction becomes permission. When people stop asking, what should we do? And begin asking, what will happen anyway? Silence filled the archive. Even Reverend Mercer lowered his head. The sentence seemed to describe something far larger than the valley. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed from inside the library. Not a shelf collapsing. A book opening. Then another. Then another. Hundreds. Thousands. The pages turned by themselves. The darkness creeping through the endless shelves began reading. Jonathan whispered. No. Nathaniel looked toward him. What is it doing? It's searching. For what? Jonathan answered without taking his eyes from the library. For the shortest ending. The older Nathaniel closed his eyes. It always does. Nathaniel stared. What do you mean? The editors don't hate humanity. He looked toward the spreading darkness. They simply believe unfinished stories are inefficient. Outside. Ashmore changed again. The future visitors suddenly looked around in confusion. The young engineer frowned. My name. He pressed a hand against his forehead. I can't remember my name. The elderly woman from centuries ahead looked terrified. My husband, she whispered. I know I loved someone. Tears filled her eyes. But I can't remember his face. One by one, the visitors began forgetting. Not because of age. Because their futures were being erased. The mayor rushed to the church doorway. They're disappearing. Nathaniel followed him outside. The transparent echoes wandering through the streets were fading. The modern buildings flickered weakly. The glass towers vanished. The railway disappeared. The bridges. The schools. The gardens. One future after another quietly dissolved into snow. Only Ashmore remained. Lonely. Frozen. As though history had begun choosing only one path. Nathaniel looked back toward the impossible cathedral. The great library beyond the door had grown dim. Millions of books still filled its shelves. But now entire rows had become blank. No names. No titles. Only empty bindings. The older Nathaniel spoke quietly. Every blank book is a future that will never be imagined again. Nathaniel clenched the letter. There has to be another way. There is. The answer came not from Jonathan. Not from Elias. But from the letter itself. Fresh ink flowed across the page. Close your eyes. Nathaniel hesitated. Do it, Elias whispered. He obeyed. Darkness. Silence. Then, a familiar sound. A pencil scratching across paper. Nathaniel opened his eyes. He was no longer inside the church. Nor inside the library. He sat alone in a small wooden room lit by a single oil lamp. Snow tapped gently against the windows. Maps covered every wall. At the desk opposite him sat an old man. Gray-haired. Thin. Wearing a faded surveyor's coat. He did not turn around. He simply continued writing. Nathaniel knew immediately who it was. Not because of his face. Because of the way he held the pen. The old surveyor finally spoke. I wondered how long it would take. Nathaniel approached slowly. Are you another version of me? The old man smiled without looking up. No. Then who are you? I'm the first cartographer. Nathaniel frowned. The first surveyor? No. The first person who ever drew a map. Nathaniel looked around the room. Every map hanging on the walls was unfinished. Continents stopped halfway. Rivers vanished into blank paper. Mountains ended in empty space. Why didn't you finish them? The old cartographer dipped his pen into ink. Because I learned something. What? A finished map. He finally turned. His face was unfamiliar. Ancient. Kind. Older than any civilization. Tempts people to stop exploring. Nathaniel looked down at the unfinished map on the desk. One corner contained a sentence written in faded ink. Leave room for wonder. The old cartographer gently pushed the map toward him. That has always been the purpose. The purpose of what? Every imperfect map. He smiled. Every unfinished story. Every uncertain tomorrow. Before Nathaniel could ask another question, the room shook violently. The windows shattered. The lamp went out. The old cartographer stood. For the first time, fear appeared in his eyes. They found this place. Nathaniel's heart pounded. Who? The old man whispered. The ones who believe imagination is a mistake. The wooden door burst open. Dark figures stepped inside. Not the collectors. Not the readers. They wore long robes stitched from pages torn out of books, where faces should have been. There were only blank sheets of paper. Each carried an enormous black quill instead of a weapon. The old cartographer slowly backed away. His voice barely rose above a whisper. They've come to edit the beginning. The vision shattered. Nathaniel found himself back inside the archive beneath the church. He gasped for breath. The glowing letter had burned itself into ash. Only one line remained visible before it disappeared forever. The first map was never completed. Finish it differently. Asterisk asterisk. At that exact moment, a deafening cry echoed from beyond the library. Every book on every shelf slammed shut at once. The older Nathaniel looked toward the endless white light. For the first time since meeting him, he looked genuinely afraid. He whispered only 3 words. They found him. Jonathan didn't need to ask who. Neither did Elias. Because they all knew. The first cartographer had just been erased. For one impossible heartbeat, everything stopped. The wind, the falling snow, the shifting futures. Even the golden light pouring through the door seemed to hesitate. Then, the library screamed. Not with a human voice. With paper. Millions upon millions of pages turning at once. The sound rolled across the valley like an endless storm. Nathaniel had never imagined paper could sound alive. Or afraid. The older Nathaniel lowered his head. The first map, he whispered, is gone. Jonathan Hale stared toward the endless shelves. No. His voice was firm. It can't be. The first cartographer was erased. Yes. But his map wasn't. The older Nathaniel slowly looked at him. For the first time since they had met, hope flickered across his face. Jonathan stepped toward the open door. The editors remove people. He pointed toward the glowing shelves. They don't understand ideas. Nathaniel frowned. What difference does that make? Jonathan smiled. The greatest ideas eventually forget who created them. The words settled into the silence. Reverend Mercer quietly removed his spectacles. I've quoted ancient sermons my entire life. He looked toward Jonathan. I don't remember who first wrote most of them. Jonathan nodded. Exactly. The cartographer may be gone, but unfinished maps survived him. A deep vibration spread beneath the stone floor. The glowing lines forming the great map across the archive suddenly changed direction. Instead of expanding outward, they began flowing toward Nathaniel. Tiny rivers of golden light climbed over his boots, across his coat, along his hands. Without burning, without hurting. They simply remembered him. Nathaniel looked down. His palms had begun glowing with faint lines. Roads, mountains, rivers. The map wasn't covering him. It was appearing beneath his skin. Elias quietly laughed. Nathaniel looked at him. What? I finally understand. Understand what? Elias smiled. The seventh keeper was never supposed to carry the final key. Nathaniel waited. He was supposed to become the final map. Silence filled the archive. The keeper of the first tomorrow slowly bowed his head. So the first cartographer succeeded after all. Jonathan looked at Nathaniel. Do you know why maps are drawn on paper? Nathaniel answered automatically. So they can be carried. Jonathan shook his head. No. So they can be changed. Outside, Ashmore continued dissolving. The future visitors were fading, not disappearing instantly, becoming transparent, like reflections on still water. The young engineer looked toward Nathaniel. I think, he smiled gently, I was going to build beautiful bridges. Nathaniel nodded. I think you were. The engineer's outline shimmered. I hope someone does. Then, he vanished. Not violently. Quietly. Like the final note of a song. One by one, the visitors from unwritten centuries disappeared. The little girl whose school had briefly appeared beneath the oak tree waved toward the townspeople. Thank you, she whispered, for almost remembering us. Snow drifted through the place where she had stood. Nothing remained. Not even footprints. The elderly woman from the distant future approached Nathaniel one final time. She smiled peacefully. I've remembered something. Nathaniel leaned closer. What? My husband's face. Tears glistened in her eyes. I don't remember his name anymore. But I remember loving him. She gently touched Nathaniel's hand. That's enough. Moments later, she, too, faded into the falling snow. The square grew quiet. Only the people of Ashmore remained. Their own century had survived. For now. Back inside the archive. The darkness within the library advanced again. The blank-robed editors could now be seen moving between distant shelves. Their robes rustled softly. Each carried a quill longer than a man's arm. Wherever the quills touched a book, the title disappeared. Not crossed out. Never written. The older Nathaniel watched them. They don't destroy stories. Nathaniel looked at him. They remove the possibility that anyone ever tells them. One editor suddenly stopped. Slowly, it turned toward the open door. Toward Nathaniel. Though it had no face. Nathaniel somehow knew it was looking directly at him. The figure raised its black quill. Then pointed. Not at Nathaniel. At the glowing map beneath his skin. The older Nathaniel whispered. It sees you. Jonathan quietly drew a deep breath. Then we're out of time. Without another word, Jonathan reached into his satchel. Nathaniel expected another impossible map. Another photograph. Another journal. Instead, Jonathan removed an ordinary sheet of blank paper. Nothing else. He handed it to Nathaniel. What is this? The oldest object in the valley. Nathaniel blinked. It looks new. Jonathan smiled. It has never been used. Nathaniel carefully held the paper. It felt strange. Not heavy. Not light. Almost as though it weighed exactly as much as his thoughts. He turned it over. Nothing. Completely blank. Jonathan spoke quietly. Do you know what makes blank paper valuable? Nathaniel shook his head. It still forgives mistakes. The older Nathaniel nodded slowly. I remember saying that. Jonathan smiled. You will. The keeper of the first tomorrow stepped closer. Every keeper believed their duty was protecting the door. He looked toward Nathaniel. They were wrong. Nathaniel sighed. I've heard that before. Not like this. The ancient keeper placed one hand gently upon the blank paper. The door isn't the beginning. It isn't the end. It is only the page. Nathaniel frowned. Then what's the story? The keeper smiled. You. A tremendous crack echoed through the library. Everyone looked. An entire section of shelves had collapsed into darkness. Thousands of books vanished. The older Nathaniel closed his eyes in pain. I remember those lives. Jonathan whispered. How many? The answer came quietly. Too many. Then something unexpected happened. From deep within the collapsing shelves, a child laughed. Not frightened. Joyfully. The sound drifted through the darkness. The editors froze. Every one of them stopped writing. Nathaniel looked toward the endless shelves. What was that? The keeper of the first tomorrow smiled. For as long as stories exist, children will always find places adults believe impossible. A tiny figure emerged from between the endless shelves. No older than 8. A little boy. Barefoot. Carrying a folded paper boat. He walked calmly through the darkness. The editors stepped aside. Not because they wished to. Because they couldn't stop him. Nathaniel stared. Who is he? No one answered immediately. Even the older Nathaniel seemed uncertain. Finally, Elias whispered, I've never seen him before. The keeper of the first tomorrow slowly knelt. For the first time in countless centuries, the ancient being bowed. Not to a king, not to a keeper, to a child. Jonathan's eyes widened. It can't be. Nathaniel looked between them. Who is he? The keeper answered with quiet wonder. The first dreamer. The little boy reached the open door. He looked up at Nathaniel. His eyes were filled with endless curiosity. Not knowledge. Not certainty. Wonder. He held out the folded paper boat. For you. Nathaniel accepted it. The boat had been folded from a single page. He carefully opened it. Inside, there were no words. Only a child's drawing. A crooked mountain. A smiling sun. A winding river. And in the middle, a tiny village beside a lake. Above it, written in uneven handwriting, were 4 simple words. Maybe people live here. Nathaniel stared at the drawing. The older Nathaniel smiled through tears. Jonathan quietly laughed. Even Elias closed his eyes and smiled. Nathaniel looked around, confused. What? Jonathan gently pointed toward the drawing. Do you finally see? Nathaniel shook his head. I don't. Jonathan answered softly. The opposite of certainty was never ignorance. He looked at the child's drawing. It was imagination. At that exact moment, every glowing line beneath Nathaniel's skin rearranged itself. The map disappeared. In its place appeared a single symbol. A child's crooked star. Far inside the library, one blank book suddenly wrote its own title. Then another. Then another. The editors turned as one. For the very first time, they began walking backward, as if retreating from something they had forgotten how to erase. The little boy stood quietly at the threshold of the door. He could not have been older than 8. His boots were muddy. His coat was patched at the elbows. His hair had clearly been cut by someone with more affection than skill. Nothing about him appeared extraordinary. And yet, every being inside the archive watched him. The keeper of the first tomorrow remained kneeling. Jonathan Hale did not speak. The older Nathaniel, the man who had escaped his own story, stood completely still, as though even centuries of memory had failed to prepare him for this moment. Nathaniel looked from one face to another. Finally he asked, Who is he? The boy answered before anyone else could. I'm nobody. His voice carried the effortless certainty of childhood. Nathaniel smiled faintly. Everyone is somebody. The child shrugged. My mother says that's true. A brief silence followed. But stories, he added thoughtfully, like pretending I'm nobody. The older Nathaniel let out a quiet laugh. I'd forgotten he says that. Nathaniel turned. You've met him? The older man nodded. Once. What happened? I failed to understand him. The boy wandered through the archive with innocent curiosity. He ignored the glowing door. Ignored the impossible library. Ignored the ancient keepers. Instead, he stopped beside Elias. The old keeper's skin had become almost completely translucent. Golden light pulsed beneath it like the final glow of sunset. The child tilted his head. "You're tired." Elias smiled. "A little." The boy reached into his pocket. After a long moment of searching, he produced a tiny wooden marble. It had clearly been carved by hand. Uneven. Covered in scratches. He placed it gently into Elias's palm. "My grandfather says tired people should carry something small." Elias stared at the marble. His trembling fingers slowly closed around it. "What does it do?" The boy smiled. "Nothing." Elias looked confused. "Then why carry it?" "So you remember that not everything has to." For a long moment, no one spoke. The simple answer settled over the archive more heavily than any prophecy. The keeper of the first tomorrow quietly closed his eyes. "I have searched for wisdom across 4,000 years," he whispered, "and a child carries it in his pocket." Far inside the library, the editors had stopped retreating. Instead, they stood perfectly still, watching, their blank faces turned toward the little boy. Nathaniel noticed something impossible. The darkness surrounding them no longer advanced. Where the child stood, it simply could not cross. As though wonder itself formed a boundary, Jonathan stepped toward the boy. "Do you know where you are?" The child looked around. "In a library. Have you been here before?" "I don't think so." "Are you frightened?" The boy frowned thoughtfully. "I was." "What changed?" "I met everyone." Jonathan almost smiled. "That isn't usually how fear works." The child shrugged. "It is if people stop being strangers." Nathaniel slowly knelt until he was at eye level with the boy. "What's your name?" The child thought for a moment. "I've got lots." Nathaniel blinked. "Lots?" "My father calls me Thomas. My sister calls me Tommy. My grandmother calls me Little Bear. My teacher calls me Mr. Fletcher." He smiled. "I answered to all of them." Nathaniel laughed softly. "I meant, which one is yours?" The boy looked genuinely puzzled. "Aren't they all?" The older Nathaniel quietly whispered. "Names don't make people." Jonathan nodded. "They help us find one another." A loud tearing sound echoed from inside the library. One of the editors slowly raised its enormous black quill. For the first time, it spoke. Its voice sounded like dry paper sliding across stone. "Unrecorded." The single word drifted across the endless shelves. Every floating book trembled. Another editor answered. "Undefined." A third. "Unfinished." Nathaniel looked toward Jonathan. "What are they saying?" Jonathan's expression darkened. "They're trying to classify him." "Why?" "They classify everything." The older Nathaniel finished the thought. "So they can erase it." The boy looked toward the distant editors. He waved. They did not wave back. Instead, all of them took one synchronized step forward. The air inside the library grew colder. Blank books began appearing across nearby shelves. Entire sections faded into white emptiness. The child frowned. "They don't like drawing." Nathaniel blinked. "What?" The boy pointed toward the editors. "They only use erasers." Jonathan slowly covered his face with one hand. "I spent 200 years studying the library," he murmured. "And he understands it in 5 seconds." The keeper of the first tomorrow rose slowly to his feet. "There has always been one force the library could never preserve." Nathaniel looked toward him. "What?" The keeper smiled. "The first idea." Nathaniel frowned. "I don't understand." The ancient keeper walked toward one of the endless shelves. He removed a weathered leather book. Its title had almost completely faded. "This book records the invention of the wheel." He replaced it. Another. "The first written poem." Another. "The first lighthouse." Another. "The first ship to cross an unknown sea." He turned toward Nathaniel. History remembers discoveries. Nathaniel nodded. Yes. The keeper shook his head. No. It remembers them after they happen. He looked toward the child. But before every discovery, someone imagined it. The words settled over Nathaniel like fresh snow. He slowly looked down at the child's drawing again. Maybe people live here. Not certainty. Not proof. Only possibility. The older Nathaniel stepped closer. His centuries-old eyes glistened. I spent 900 remembered years trying to save humanity. He smiled sadly. I should have protected imagination instead. Without warning, the child walked straight toward the open door. Jonathan immediately reached out. Don't! The boy stopped. Why? Jonathan hesitated. No one knows what happens if someone enters. The child thought about that. Then asked the question no adult had considered. Has anyone asked the door? Silence. Nathaniel slowly turned toward the glowing threshold. No one had ever asked? Everyone had studied it, guarded it, feared it, opened it, closed it. Never once. Simply spoken to it. The child cupped his hands around his mouth. In a cheerful voice he called into the endless white light. Hello? The library answered. Not with words. Every book opened. Not violently. Gently. Millions of pages turned together like leaves stirred by a spring breeze. Warm light flooded the valley. The darkness surrounding the editors retreated another step. Then, something happened that no keeper had witnessed in thousands of years. The door answered. Its voice was neither male nor female, neither old nor young. It sounded like every storyteller who had ever paused before saying, Once upon a time. It spoke only one sentence. I have been waiting for someone to greet me. The entire valley fell silent. Nathaniel felt tears rise without knowing why. The child smiled brightly. My mother says it's rude not to. For the first time since the first covenant. The ancient door laughed. It was a warm, joyful sound. Not loud. Not overwhelming. Simply human. At that very instant, across the infinite library, every blank book began filling with words. Not because someone was writing them. Because people, somewhere, were imagining new stories again. The editors froze. Their black quills cracked. Hairline fractures spread across the blank faces beneath their hoods. One by one, the featureless masks began developing something they had never possessed. Eyes. The first editor looked at its own trembling hands. Then whispered, in a voice no longer made of paper but filled with astonishment. What? A long pause. Am I? The words hung in the air long after they were spoken. What am I? No thunder followed. No burst of light. No ancient prophecy echoed through the valley. Only silence. Deep, gentle, thoughtful silence. The first editor continued staring at its own hands. For what might have been the first time in its existence, it was not editing. It was wondering. Nathaniel slowly realized what had happened. The question itself had changed the creature. Not the answer. The question. The little boy smiled. My teacher says questions are doors. Jonathan Hale quietly laughed. And answers? The boy shrugged. Sometimes they're walls. The older Nathaniel closed his eyes. I spent centuries collecting answers. He looked toward the child. You've collected better things. The boy frowned. I collect shiny rocks. Jonathan smiled. I know. The keeper of the first tomorrow slowly approached the nearest editor. Thousands of years earlier, such a thing would have been unimaginable. The ancient guardian stopped only a few feet away. The editor did not attack, did not erase, did not move. It simply looked at him with newly formed eyes filled with confusion. The keeper spoke gently. Do you know your purpose? The editor answered after a long silence. I thought I did. What was it? To remove contradictions. The keeper nodded. And now? The editor looked toward the little boy. I have become one. Far inside the endless library. Books continued writing themselves. Not quickly. Patiently. As if millions of unseen hands had picked up pens all at once. The blank shelves were no longer empty. Titles appeared. Stories returned. Possibilities breathed again. Nathaniel noticed something extraordinary. Every new book began the same way. Not with a date. Not with a name. But with a single word. Perhaps. Jonathan noticed it too. They're beginning correctly. Nathaniel looked at him. What do you mean? Jonathan smiled. No story should begin with certainty. Outside, Ashmore was changing once more. But this time, the transformations were slower, gentler. The impossible glass towers faded. The ancient forests settled into place. The shifting streets stopped flickering. Instead of thousands of competing futures, the town now carried small traces of many. A stone bridge stood where once there had only been a stream. Not modern. Not ancient. Simply beautiful. The school beneath the great oak no longer existed. But beside the tree stood a wooden bench. No one remembered building it. Children immediately began sitting there. The future had not vanished. It had left gifts. Elias walked slowly into the snowy square. The tiny wooden marble the child had given him remained in his hand. Nathaniel hurried to support him. The old keeper smiled. I think, he whispered, I'm becoming lighter. The golden cracks covering his skin no longer widened. Instead, they slowly began closing. Jonathan stared in disbelief. That's impossible. The keeper of the first tomorrow quietly shook his head. No. He looked toward the laughing child. Hope rewrites older laws than fear. The older Nathaniel walked alone toward the frozen lake. He stood before the impossible cathedral for a long time. Nathaniel followed him. You look sad. The older man smiled without turning around. I am. Why? Because I finally know how to save this place. Nathaniel felt hope rise. Then we'll do it. The older Nathaniel slowly shook his head. No. We? He looked across the glowing ice. There was never a version where both of us remain. Nathaniel's heart tightened. What are you talking about? The older Nathaniel finally faced him. His familiar eyes were calm. Peaceful. I escaped my story? Yes. That was the mistake. Nathaniel frowned. You survived. I interrupted an ending. The older Nathaniel looked toward the library. Stories need endings. Nathaniel stepped closer. They don't need tragic ones. No. They need truthful ones. A cold breeze crossed the lake. The older Nathaniel reached into his coat. He removed the black fountain pen. The same pen he had carried since leaving the library. He offered it to Nathaniel. Take it. Nathaniel hesitated. What does it do? It doesn't write. Nathaniel looked confused. It lets people write. Nathaniel accepted the pen. It felt warm, as though someone had been holding it only moments before. The older Nathaniel smiled. I stole it. Jonathan laughed softly from behind them. I wondered when you'd admit that. The older Nathaniel looked toward the endless library. It never belonged to me. It belongs to anyone willing to begin with a blank page. Suddenly, the ground beneath the cathedral trembled. The remaining editors all turned toward the library at once. Not because of the child. Not because of Nathaniel. Because something deeper inside the endless shelves had awakened. A massive shadow slowly moved between distant rows of books. larger than any building, slower than drifting continents. The keeper of the first tomorrow became still. Jonathan's smile vanished. Even the little boy stopped humming. Nathaniel whispered, "What is that?" No one answered immediately. Finally, the keeper spoke. The oldest silence. The shadow drew nearer. It possessed no shape Nathaniel could describe. Sometimes it resembled an enormous bird, then a mountain, then a forest walking on invisible legs, then nothing at all. Books nearest the shadow did not disappear. They simply stopped being read. Dusk gathered upon them. The light around them faded. The little boy tugged gently at Nathaniel's sleeve. "That one isn't bad." Nathaniel looked down. "It isn't?" The child shook his head. "No. It's lonely." Jonathan slowly whispered, "He's right." Nathaniel frowned. "What is it?" The keeper answered. "It is what remained after the very last story was forgotten." The shadow paused before the open door. It did not enter. It simply waited. Patiently. As though expecting someone to notice it. The child waved. The shadow did not wave back. Instead, a single old book slowly drifted from within its darkness. It floated toward Nathaniel. Unlike every other volume in the library, this one had no title, no author's name, no date. Its leather cover was cracked with impossible age. When Nathaniel touched it, the book opened to its very last page. Only one sentence had ever been written. No one asked what happened to the stories that nobody told. The page turned by itself. For the first time, Nathaniel saw a page beyond the ending, completely blank. Then fresh ink appeared. Not from a pen. As though the book itself had decided to continue. It wrote, "Will you?" Nathaniel looked up. The great shadow had lowered itself until it towered only a few feet above him. Within its darkness, two gentle eyes slowly appeared. Not frightening. Ancient. Patient. Waiting. The little boy smiled and whispered, "I think it's asking for a bedtime story." The entire valley became perfectly still. Nathaniel realized something no keeper had ever imagined. The oldest mystery in the library did not want an answer. It simply wanted someone willing to tell it a story. For a long time, Nathaniel simply looked at the enormous shadow. It stood before the door without threat, without anger, without demand, only waiting. The two ancient eyes within the darkness never blinked. They carried the quiet patience of mountains. The little boy tugged gently at Nathaniel's sleeve. "You should start." Nathaniel swallowed. "I don't know any stories." The boy smiled. "Everyone does." The older Nathaniel stood several steps away. He did not interfere. Jonathan did not offer advice. Even the keeper of the first tomorrow remained silent. For the first time since the beginning of Ashmur, no one attempted to guide the seventh keeper. The choice belonged entirely to him. Nathaniel slowly stepped toward the waiting shadow. His boots echoed softly across the ancient stone. The black fountain pen rested inside his coat. The child's drawing remained folded in his pocket. The surveyor's pencil was still tucked behind his ear. 3 simple objects. A pen. A drawing. A pencil. Not swords. Not relics. Not keys. He suddenly smiled. Perhaps that had always been the point. Nathaniel cleared his throat. The enormous shadow leaned ever so slightly closer. "I don't know if this is a good story," the little boy whispered. "It doesn't have to be." Nathaniel nodded. Then he began. "Once..." He stopped. The older Nathaniel quietly laughed. Nathaniel looked embarrassed. "I've already forgotten." The little boy shook his head. "You remembered the important word." Nathaniel smiled. then tried again. Once, there was a valley that nobody was supposed to find. The shadow remained perfectly still. It wasn't the largest valley. Or the richest. Or the most beautiful. In fact, Nathaniel looked around at the snow-covered town. Most maps forgot to include it. The library listened. Millions of open books no longer turned their pages. The editors lowered their broken quills. Even the impossible cathedral bells remained silent. Nathaniel continued. One winter, a handful of tired travelers climbed over the northern ridge. They thought they had discovered the valley. But the valley had actually discovered them. Jonathan smiled softly. The keeper of the first tomorrow closed his eyes. Nathaniel wasn't repeating history. He was telling it. The people built small houses. They planted trees. They argued about fences. They celebrated weddings. They buried friends. Children chased one another beside the frozen lake. Old people sat outside the church telling stories that became slightly less accurate every year. A few of the Ashmore townspeople quietly laughed. The mayor nodded. That's true. Nathaniel continued. Sometimes people made terrible mistakes. Sometimes they forgave one another. Sometimes they didn't. Sometimes they stood on their porches watching the sunrise. Even though they had already seen 1,000 sunrises before. The great shadow seemed to settle lower. Like someone finding a comfortable chair. Nathaniel paused. I don't think this story has a hero, the little boy answered. Good. Nathaniel looked at him. My favorite stories don't. So he continued. There was a schoolteacher who secretly wanted to paint. A blacksmith who wrote poetry but never showed anyone. A widow who planted flowers every spring for a husband no one else remembered. A baker who always burned the first loaf because he claimed the fire deserved breakfast too. The townspeople looked at one another. Some smiled. Some quietly wiped tears from their eyes. These people had never existed. Yet somehow, they felt remembered. Far inside the library, new books appeared. Not grand histories. Not tales of kings. Simple titles. The baker's first loaf. The widow's garden. A boy who preferred rain. The carpenter's laugh. The keeper watched in wonder. The library, he whispered, has begun collecting ordinary lives. Nathaniel continued. The valley never became famous. Most people never heard its name. Many who passed through forgot it completely. But every person who stayed. He looked toward Elias. Left the place kinder than they found it. Elias quietly bowed his head. The golden light within him became softer. Warmer. Almost peaceful. Nathaniel frowned. I still don't know how it ends. The older Nathaniel smiled. You don't have to. The little boy nodded enthusiastically. My grandmother never finishes bedtime stories. Nathaniel looked surprised. Why not? So I can dream the ending myself. The enormous shadow slowly lowered its head. For the first time, it spoke. Its voice sounded like leaves drifting across forgotten books. I remember. Nathaniel blinked. What? The shadow answered. The ending. Silence spread through the valley. The ancient presence continued. Long before keepers. Long before libraries. Long before maps. There were only stories. Nathaniel listened carefully. The shadow's voice carried no sadness now. Only memory. People gathered around small fires. They looked into darkness. They did not know what waited beyond the trees. So, a long pause. They imagined. The shadow looked toward the child. They frightened one another. The child giggled. The shadow almost sounded amused. They comforted one another. It looked toward Elias. They remembered one another. It looked toward Jonathan. They argued. Jonathan smiled. They exaggerated. The mayor laughed. They forgot details. Reverend Mercer nodded. They forgave contradictions. The older Nathaniel quietly closed his eyes. The shadow looked back at Nathaniel. That, it whispered, was humanity. Far beyond the library. The darkness began lifting. Not defeated. Not destroyed. Simply becoming dawn. The endless shelves stretched farther than ever before. Books no longer fought for space. There was room for all of them. Even unfinished ones. Even contradictory ones. Even stories no one would ever read. The editors quietly removed their blank masks. Beneath them, there were ordinary human faces. Different ages. Different expressions. Different lives. One looked toward Nathaniel. I'm sorry. Nathaniel frowned. For what? The former editor looked down. I thought perfection was kindness. Nathaniel answered gently. So did a lot of people. The black quills dissolved into ordinary pencils. Some became paintbrushes. Others became pieces of charcoal. One transformed into a child's crayon. The little boy immediately picked it up. He grinned. I was wondering where this went. The door itself began changing. The ancient black irons slowly became warm cedar wood. The heavy locks disappeared. The chains turned into flowering vines. The frightening circle carved into its center unfolded into the shape of an open book. The keeper of the first tomorrow watched in silent amazement. I have guarded this door for 4,000 years. He touched the wood gently. And I never knew what it wanted to become. Nathaniel looked toward the older version of himself. You knew. The older Nathaniel shook his head. I remembered. There's a difference. A gentle breeze carried the scent of pine, rain, fresh bread, and distant oceans through the valley. The frozen lake slowly reflected not one sky, but countless possible dawns. Each beautiful. Each incomplete. Each waiting for someone to live it. Then, without warning, the black fountain pen in Nathaniel's pocket began writing by itself. Across the blank paper Jonathan had given him, a single sentence appeared. Every story saves someone. Nathaniel smiled. Then another sentence slowly formed beneath it. One that made every keeper fall silent. The question is, who saved this one? The ink stopped. No answer appeared. Only a blinking empty line. As though the story itself was waiting for someone to write the next sentence. Hashtag boring history with sleep. Hashtag the town that buried tomorrow. Hashtag part 21 the author nobody remembered. The empty line remained. It did not disappear. It did not fill itself. It simply waited. Nathaniel looked at the blank paper in his hands. The sentence was still there. Every story saves someone. The question is, who saved this one? Below it, nothing. Only white space. Jonathan quietly folded his arms. The library has asked you a question. Nathaniel looked up. I thought the story was over. The older Nathaniel smiled gently. No story ends. It only reaches the place where another one begins. The little boy lay down on the church steps. He folded his hands behind his head and watched the drifting clouds. Adults always think endings are important. Nathaniel smiled. Aren't they? They're nice. The child shrugged. But I like middles. Jonathan laughed. Why? Because that's where people are still changing. The keeper of the first tomorrow slowly walked toward the open door. Or what had once been the door. The cold black iron had almost completely disappeared. In its place stood an enormous doorway of warm cedar wood. Sunlight filtered through its carved frame. The flowering vines covering it bloomed despite the snow. The ancient keeper rested one weathered hand against the wood. For thousands of years, he had expected it to feel cold. Instead, it felt alive. He whispered, I misunderstood you. The door answered softly. No. The keeper looked surprised. I simply hadn't finished teaching. Nathaniel listened carefully. You can speak now? The door chuckled. I always could. Then why didn't you? You were listening for commands. A pause. I only know conversations. The words lingered in the crisp winter air. Reverend Mercer quietly removed his hat. I've preached sermons for 40 years. He smiled. I suspect I've done most of the talking. The door replied kindly. Most people do. The townspeople of Ashmore slowly gathered near the church. For the first time in days, no one looked frightened. Children played in the snow. Someone began repairing a broken fence. The blacksmith returned to his forge. The baker quietly carried warm bread into the square. Ordinary life. The very thing the keepers had spent centuries protecting. Returned without ceremony. Nathaniel watched them. So that's it? Jonathan looked at him. What do you mean? We saved the world. Jonathan smiled. And now someone has to shovel snow. The mayor sighed dramatically. I was hoping we'd be excused. Everyone laughed. Even Elias. Nathaniel looked toward the endless library one more time. Its shelves still stretched beyond imagination. Books continued appearing. Others quietly rested. Some remained unfinished. None seemed in danger. The former editors now wandered peacefully among the shelves. Not erasing. Reading. Sometimes smiling. Sometimes crying. Sometimes placing books back exactly where they belong. The older Nathaniel stood beside him. They're librarians now. Nathaniel smiled. Seems more appropriate. They always loved books. They just forgot why. The little boy suddenly sat upright. I've got a question. Jonathan looked amused. Another one? The child nodded. If every person's life becomes a book. The keeper smiled. Yes? Who writes babies? Silence. Nathaniel blinked. Jonathan frowned thoughtfully. The older Nathaniel rubbed his chin. Even the ancient keeper looked genuinely puzzled. Finally, the door laughed. A warm, joyful laugh. They do. Everyone looked toward it. The door continued. Children begin their own stories. They simply need someone willing to read the first page with them. The little boy nodded. That makes sense. Snowflakes drifted gently through the square. Nathaniel noticed something unusual. They no longer melted when they touched the warm cedar door. Instead, each snowflake briefly became a tiny word. One read hope. Another. Wonder. Another. Home. They touched the wood. Then dissolved into light. The door whispered. No language is ever truly lost. The older Nathaniel quietly removed his coat. He folded it carefully. Inside the pocket remained nothing. No maps. No journals. No photographs. Centuries of memories had vanished. Nathaniel looked concerned. Where did they go? The older man smiled peacefully. They finally became the past. Jonathan stepped closer. So, it's time. The older Nathaniel nodded. It always was. Nathaniel felt his chest tighten. You have to leave. The older version of himself looked toward the valley. I already did. No. Nathaniel shook his head. I mean now. The older man smiled with quiet affection. You still think leaving is something people do all at once? He walked slowly toward the library. Not hurried. Not reluctant. Simply ready. Each step caused him to become slightly more transparent. Not fading. Returning. He stopped halfway and turned back. Nathaniel. Yes? Promise me something. What? When someone asks where this valley is? Nathaniel waited. The older man smiled. Don't give them directions. Nathaniel frowned. Why? Because some places, he looked toward Ashmore, can only be found by people who still believe they might exist. With those words, he continued walking. The white light welcomed him. No dramatic farewell. No final speech. He simply crossed the threshold. One heartbeat later, he was gone. Not erased. Not dead. His story had finally reached its last sentence. Nathaniel stood silently. The black fountain pen remained in his hand. It felt lighter now. Almost ordinary. He uncapped it. The nib touched the blank paper. For several long moments, nothing happened. Then, he wrote. Not because the library told him to. Not because the door asked him to. Because he wanted to. The first sentence read, There once was a town that buried tomorrow so people would never stop dreaming about it. The ink shimmered. The library smiled. Or perhaps it was only the wind moving through millions of pages. No one could tell. That evening, Ashmore gathered for supper inside the old church. No speeches were given. No monuments unveiled. Children ran between the tables laughing. The baker burned the first loaf, exactly as Nathaniel had described in his story. The blacksmith quietly admitted he had written a poem. The widow planted flower bulbs beneath fresh snow because she insisted spring would remember where they were. Life continued. Messy. Beautiful. Unfinished. Late that night, after everyone had gone home, Nathaniel walked alone to the edge of the frozen lake. The impossible cathedral was gone. The endless library had disappeared. Only quiet water reflected the stars. He wondered if he had imagined everything. Then he noticed something floating gently against the shore. A tiny paper boat. The same one the little boy had folded. Nathaniel picked it up. Inside, the child's drawing had changed. The crooked village remained. The smiling sun remained. But someone had added another tiny figure standing beside the lake, holding a pen. Above the drawing, in careful handwriting Nathaniel had never seen before, were 6 simple words. Someone remembered to tell this one. Nathaniel smiled. He carefully folded the boat again, then placed it back upon the water. The lake carried it slowly into the darkness. Not away. Forward. Because every story, even one that seemed finished, was always sailing toward another. End of Book 1.
The empty line remained. It did not disappear. It did not fill itself. It simply waited. Nathaniel looked at the blank paper in his hands. The sentence was still there. Every story saves someone. The question is, who saved this one? Below it, nothing. Only white space. Jonathan quietly folded his arms. The library has asked you a question. Nathaniel looked up. I thought the story was over. The older Nathaniel smiled gently. No story ends. It only reaches the place where another one begins. The little boy lay down on the church steps. He folded his hands behind his head and watched the drifting clouds. Adults always think endings are important. Nathaniel smiled. Aren't they? They're nice. The child shrugged. But I like middles. Jonathan laughed. Why? Because that's where people are still changing. The keeper of the first tomorrow slowly walked toward the open door. What had once been the door? The cold black iron had almost completely disappeared. In its place stood an enormous doorway of warm cedar wood. Sunlight filtered through its carved frame. The flowering vines covering it bloomed despite the snow. The ancient keeper rested one weathered hand against the wood. For thousands of years, he had expected it to feel cold. Instead, it felt alive. He whispered, "I misunderstood you." The door answered softly, "No." The keeper looked surprised. "I simply hadn't finished teaching." Nathaniel listened carefully. "You can speak now?" The door chuckled. "I always could." "Then why didn't you?" "You were listening for commands." Pause. "I only know conversations." The words lingered in the crisp winter air. Reverend Mercer quietly removed his hat. "I've preached sermons for 40 years. He smiled. "I suspect I've done most of the talking." The door replied kindly, "Most people do." The townspeople of Ashmore slowly gathered near the church. For the first time in days, no one looked frightened. Children played in the snow. Someone began repairing a broken fence. The blacksmith returned to his forge. The baker quietly carried warm bread into the square. Ordinary life, the very thing the keepers had spent centuries protecting, returned without ceremony. Nathaniel watched them. "So that's it." Jonathan looked at him. "What do you mean?" "We saved the world." Jonathan smiled. "And now someone has to shovel snow." The mayor sighed dramatically. "I was hoping we'd be excused." Everyone laughed. Even Elias. Nathaniel looked toward the endless library one more time. Its shelves still stretched beyond imagination. Books continued appearing. Others quietly rested. Some remained unfinished. None seemed in danger. The former editors now wandered peacefully among the shelves. Not erasing. Reading. Sometimes smiling. Sometimes crying. Sometimes placing books back exactly where they belonged. The older Nathaniel stood beside him. "They're librarians now." Nathaniel smiled. "Seems more appropriate. They always loved books. They just forgot why." The little boy suddenly sat upright. "I've got a question." Jonathan looked amused. "Another one?" The child nodded. "If every person's life becomes a book?" The keeper smiled. "Yes." "Who writes babies?" Silence. Nathaniel blinked. Jonathan frowned thoughtfully. The older Nathaniel rubbed his chin. Even the ancient keeper looked genuinely puzzled. Finally, the door laughed. A warm, joyful laugh. "They do." Everyone looked toward it. The door continued. "Children begin their own stories. They simply need someone willing to read the first page with them." The little boy nodded. "That makes sense." Snowflakes drifted gently through the square. Nathaniel noticed something unusual. They no longer melted when they touched the warm cedar door. Instead, each snowflake briefly became a tiny word. One read hope. Another, wonder. Another, home. They touched the wood, then dissolved into light. The door whispered, "No language is ever truly lost." The older Nathaniel quietly removed his coat. He folded it carefully. Inside the pocket remained nothing. No maps. No journals. No photographs. Centuries of memories had vanished. Nathaniel looked concerned. "Where did they go?" The older man smiled peacefully. They finally became the past. Jonathan stepped closer. So, it's time. The older Nathaniel nodded. It always was. Nathaniel felt his chest tighten. You have to leave. The older version of himself looked toward the valley. I already did. No. Nathaniel shook his head. I mean now. The older man smiled with quiet affection. You still think leaving is something people do all at once. He walked slowly toward the library. Not hurried. Not reluctant. Simply ready. Each step caused him to become slightly more transparent. Not fading. Returning. He stopped halfway and turned back. Nathaniel. Yes. Promise me something. What? When someone asks where this valley is. Nathaniel waited. The older man smiled. Don't give them directions. Nathaniel frowned. Why? Because some places. He looked toward Ashmore. Can only be found by people who still believe they might exist. With those words, he continued walking. The white light welcomed him. No dramatic farewell. No final speech. He simply crossed the threshold. One heartbeat later, he was gone. Not erased. Not dead. His story had finally reached its last sentence. Nathaniel stood silently. The black fountain pen remained in his hand. It felt lighter now. Almost ordinary. He uncapped it. The nib touched the blank paper. For several long moments, nothing happened. Then, he wrote. Not because the library told him to. Not because the door asked him to. Because he wanted to. The first sentence read, There once was a town that buried tomorrow so people would never stop dreaming about it. The ink shimmered. The library smiled. Or perhaps it was only the wind moving through millions of pages. No one could tell. That evening, Ashmore gathered for supper inside the old church. No speeches were given. No monuments unveiled. Children ran between the tables laughing. The baker burned the first loaf, exactly as Nathaniel had described in his story. The blacksmith quietly admitted he had written a poem. The widow planted flower bulbs beneath fresh snow because she insisted spring would remember where they were. Life continued. Messy. Beautiful. Unfinished. Late that night, after everyone had gone home, Nathaniel walked alone to the edge of the frozen lake. The impossible cathedral was gone. The endless library had disappeared. Only quiet water reflected the stars. He wondered if he had imagined everything. Then he noticed something floating gently against the shore. A tiny paper boat. The same one the little boy had folded. Nathaniel picked it up. Inside, the child's drawing had changed. The crooked village remained. The smiling sun remained. But someone had added another tiny figure standing beside the lake, holding a pen. Above the drawing, in careful handwriting Nathaniel had never seen before, were 6 simple words. Someone remembered to tell this one. Nathaniel smiled. He carefully folded the boat again, then placed it back upon the water. The lake carried it slowly into the darkness. Not away, forward, because every story, even one that seemed finished, was always sailing toward another. End of Book 1.